Yeah, Ghost Rider.
I never
Saturday
played
live stream.
and I have a subscribers around.
I get
What's up,
120
guys?
something.
Listen here, back in our live stream more today for you guys.
I have one.
There's a Ghost Rider Cup.
I need to post it and
I
people
think it's like
subscribe.
Marvel's Knockout or something like that. I heard of it. So how was your day? I know today was your general election. Have you guys voted? Please put all that in the chat below. You don't gotta tell me who you voted for. So
Yeah, tell me who you vote for.
but
Vote for Donald Trump.
I won't tell you what back in the day. So because I know there will be a lot of demonizing come with that, right? But anyways, let's just
Ready up. We're wasting time. Ready up.
Without further ado, let's get it. I want to unmute this guy.
The first place get 4 points.
Donald Trump.
First place get 4 points. Let me go.
Donald Trump all the way.
Accept.
We go first place get 4 points. So we have to win all. Every one win we get 1 point. 1 point we win. Every one game we get 1 point. So we have to win. We boy do good. We don't play rushy and you know like that.
Go straight the cup.
We have to place top 500 for get the skin. Easy but hard at the same time. If everybody get 10 points, win Ireland 10 games. No, 20 points. Win Ireland 20 points then. At least let me get 15 points or 10 points. Win 15 games. Kinda excited.
I suppose I don't have to use them to play again.
Okay, let's go. I get Iron Man.
What do I get?
I get Iron Man.
Get you thing. What?
Aye.
Let's go. Let's go play brain sense.
Alright. Wolverine claws and
Nice.
Stay close to one another.
we're going.
Island A.
I am on thing.
Careful, huh? Careful.
Okay. I get ambush.
Why you there?
I get one up.
Iron.
Look at it.
Wait there. I feel safe, eh?
I get target. Boom! One day on me. Combo. 5-8 combo. I dead. No, I didn't even.
I give game. This is trash.
But I didn't. Oh boy. I get hit hard as well. Let's win. One day white. Two of them white.
You get 1 point.
Nah, it's 0 points, man. Elimination 0.
I look.
That kid did it 1 point.
Both of them did right there.
Okay, both of them do it. Crack that kid out this time. Oh, Jesus.
I see only one who wants kill.
White. Plenty with the white. Nice. We could win this. We could win this if I stop dying.
One knock again.
Okay. Continue, great job.
hell enough of
50.
slum.
Ah, the kid with the grab. See, he didn't know Jaime. Jaime literally run from the man.
I mean, I just asked them the question to thing. Help, back up.
One of me. The kid with the Wolverine class.
I kill one.
We lose. Iron screw it up. Iron screw it up. Move them. Jesus. We ain't winning this summer. Got Iron done screw it up.
I killed somebody else. I
dead. I kill one, kill somebody. Kill another.
Kill them. Yeah, get back up.
Iron gone AFK. Iron! The man ain't even talking! Please.
0 poison. 0.
Iron! Yeah, I understand.
Yo,
He ain't answering. This kitty. Invite somebody now. What?
I tell a red line there, man.
But she ain't joining the way you want me to.
Hey. Ready up, down here. Yo, Dylan, we want to play Ghost Rider Cup. Oh my God. Yeah, them lose. Yeah. They lose the first round.
Who lose the first round?
I see them.
Yeah. How you ready up?
Been in the game. No, I can't. No, I can't. Why Arango? I'm being live streaming. Me still ain't get nobody. You are one more person for play. No, you know me still. My friend them playing the tournament. Call up Zena.
Yeah.
Hurry up.
Zena.
Point C, I have 0 points for the cup.
Cause we ain't gonna win it. It's winning. It's not kills. It's winning.
Why you leave, Iron? Why you leave, Iron?
That was trying to tell all you. We could get one killer and win the game with 1 point.
I want to pay.
I know more game to give you 10.
Yeah.
It says 0 game played. 0 game played for me.
Okay, well happened.
Okay, what's this when it happened?
It's saying unable to join your party error code.
Area 51.
Ty and them don't lose their first one too. Okay.
Alright.
I don't want the concerts.
Little. I leave and rejoin.
This lobby.
Hopefully just this lobby.
Don't rejoin the boy.
What key was
Them
it?
don't get 27
It was
points.
set to R with your you guys have used. You guys have D's to use.
Let's pause game
Over a whole front maybe up in the sky?
100 on you.
Some point tonight, you wanna.
Yes, we could start over.
Asgard.
Jam ready up now. Champagne win.
Trump is winning. You all know that.
Yo, it's 270 for win, right? Joe Biden on the 263.
You never know. Just a couple more votes.
Trump still at 214.
Trump could win all the rest. If you don't.
Exactly. That's the point. It don't matter how much
Unlikely.
I know.
Unlikely. You know, unlikely.
If Joe Biden won, then no. And Trump win at least 5 out of the 6 seats, if he get Trump winning election. That's what will happen tomorrow too. 9-4, 9
No, I don't leave again.
9-6.
I get.
9 for any.
See, Joe Biden get 264 out of 270 and Trump get 214. I guess she on this.
God, I can't.
Don't go. And these the next 2 years. Check.
Oh wow, when you see something like grass.
Activating your superpower. You ready, Xavier?
I don't think we can win.
Yeah, but if I only get superpower for me, so.
Why don't you think we can win? Xavier, you also get much good.
If we win this whole thing, we good. We get back on the lead. But if we win this whole thing,
Jesus is Lord. It's been close up ability again.
okay.
Okay, in here barrels, right? So we could use them for health if we use it.
yeah? Where people there?
Yeah, Iron Man gauntlet.
Yeah, well, why not we get Iron Man gauntlet too? Pardon it. I could hear him. He's shooting me. Iron Man, please shoot back.
What did it? Did it come over here?
Yeah. They're up there. Yo, I can't do shit. Don't die. Again, put this kitty. All of them, they don't eat. Somebody come with a thing. I'm coming. Wait there.
I kill one.
One little, I'll kill one. Pants up the thing. One little. Knock one, kill one. I dead. People there, I dead. We only get 2 kills. And continue. I'm gonna continue killing, One white. Nice. I kill one. Continue. Go.
What did? I did one of them want to have.
Okay.
They're running.
They're below. One white. Nice.
I kill one.
I dead.
I'm killing him. Don't worry.
Okay. Continue.
I kill him.
Nice. Iron, I can't help right now. Trying.
I get lucky.
No.
I dead.
I dead.
Six.
Them they get 6
Oh,
one.
that's 6, 7.
Wait, them they get.
No, 7. Don't lose. Arana?
Made of the iron and gauntlet.
That's not come we lose again. Don't tell we lose again. Don't say we lose again. Kill one. Kill it.
Too much.
No. If we lose again, I bet.
Hit 100.
Yes. Kill one alone. One alone for kill. One day no. I kill him. I kill him. I kill one. Kill this last kid. No, Iron dead.
Yeah, hold up. Who dead?
Jaim!
Boy, I
James is an idiot.
I went there look and I can't hold.
But y'all run with them in front, y'all run.
Run, we are gonna run.
I was running, I hit the guy with Thor hammer.
I went there to look.
Just slowly.
Why you saying come form again? 2 points, we get 2 points.
2 points, you guys only 2 games play. A 100-point system.
2 points.
Jaime, be quiet now, you know. 15 points for victory, brother. That's so much. Reach top 2, 5 points. Reach top 8.
It's just tournament he had. But we just give up.
But I ain't doing nothing. I don't killing so much shit, man. Just
This is my fault, eh?
we done the in front, so we done.
They can't hit me over in cars from the back. So I have to rush in. I don't have another choice. It's not a game give me iron and gauntlet so I can stay up on the hill and anti-lock on. But some people don't know. God, she can't wait. The man he focused over there. I mean, over X. Over X.
I get shitty weapons, eh?
I don't know why you get.
I am a repulsor.
It's a whole pumpkin team.
Some chicken. After this, I get cash. After the tournament,
I'm gonna break up them pumpkin head.
We just need 1 win. We get 15 points right here.
They carve them out.
Ground fucking. Carve them out, tag 140 something.
man up here. From the other side. Up on me, Tony Stark.
Oh. Plus with Tony Stark, can you deal with that kid with it? I guess things. 1 day behind it. One behind you, crack one behind you. One behind you. I did. I crack one. I did. The kid with Tony Stark thing.
Kill one.
Nice. Crack.
Kill one.
I did.
I'm struggling for that.
Jay me low. 3 kills. Cause they kill you, Jay, you and me. And we only kill one of them.
I kill another one.
Nice. Kill this kitty. Kill this kitty. Them are low. Right. Them are low. One of them are low. The kid running, he's so low.
Knock one.
Good. I have to hit them directly to hit them. Crack, yeah. White for one. Knock. Kill again. One more there.
I don't stop shoot after me the wall.
I can't do them. And I did 10 one.
I did.
Who kills and we equalizer?
Yeah, hurry up. The kid with the Iron Man repulsor. One the white. Two of them on me. I died again.
I kill one.
Okay, hurry. Nice. I have to heal in my ball. I did.
Dig you over the shield. Yo, shield. I don't know for the money I keep ball.
Kill one. Man, I ain't stop that, man.
I ain't dying, it's all you. To everybody on me. I did again. We lose again. We did doing good, so good, and all just died. What they? Huh?
Yo, how much kills I get?
I guess 4. We lose again.
Kill one again. I get 6 kills. How much we get on?
Alright, you need to know how much kills there. Alright, check it.
Press max stop. X.
7.
You lie.
You lie.
It's you only have 1 and 7 assists.
Okay, 3 points.
Wow, that's wow.
Then we just win a game and... Yeah, but if we win, we could get back up. It's just all him playing good. Well, Aaron. Man, James doing good. Just Aaron.
It taps off you any item shop?
No.
Of course not.
What kind of shit were they telling me? 3 points, boy. I want that part. I don't know, jump election.
Go try that cheer up. I have to do better, man.
Why you blaming me?
I ain't blaming you. I just say you should do better.
Some study done. Okay, I get Iron Man.
I get Wolverine.
Nice.
Wolverine real money.
I get Doctor Doom.
And you been trying when you been a Wolverine.
It's Iron.
I had Doctor Doom.
Wolverine good. Wolverine is
I had
the
Doctor.
best thing.
Yeah, for now.
This team may look like champions, so we might be able to kill them.
Until you mess it up.
Main rushing in
fix
it,
it?
I can just stay. I just can step on top and just shoot.
I have a Russian. I have Wolverine.
Me, I get in a tree.
I get height.
I am a beam.
And on me. Jesus. Wolverine, everybody on me, I did.
I did too.
Wolverine, everybody on me. I like how I land away from you. I know where you land. I know an iron land somewhere else. Iron, where you land? Iron.
The other one, the low over there.
White one. Oh, nice.
Just got them at the same time.
Okay. Come here.
I went down to the back.
No, Jake him. On me, there's a kid right next to me. I called in close range. Yeah?
Make sure everybody's
He the white. And he the white. I kill him. With him from. Keep it that way.
I got from one side here.
He the white. Oh, nice. One over here. One day. Oh, I hit him 1977.
Yo, we have to get back up.
Crack one.
Go too far, white.
Okay, nice. All of them work.
I kill one.
White. Nice iron.
Nice.
One land on me like a bat. He running. Behind again. They're running.
Hello. I hate it, man.
Yeah, I know. I did.
But he come now, man.
I did. We have to kill him.
I got 30 seconds to kill too.
Kill him.
He's dropped it.
150 per one.
Okay, nice. One dead.
God.
One dead.
I kill one dead.
We lose. I just died there, I think. I'll kill one.
Wait, no, not yet.
12, yes.
We tie.
Who
Then the winner think about how we get
No, they
kicked.
win. We won't get killed. I
If
don't
I
know
run
that.
aim been dead by the last minute,
Don't blame nobody.
okay.
Xavier, put in hand for me. Let them love me.
What in this? Saltfish. Huh? It don't cook.
I like it in next time right now, boy. Go, boy.
This was not election. Was green party today.
Hey, anything. We're doing for this election. Selling fast food. What is up here? Selling fast food. That all you could hear when you go on YouTube, man. Selling fast food.
I get Wolverine.
You hear that, Xavier?
I get Wolverine.
At this level.
But Xavier, everybody's party boy. Xavier, everybody boy. Like
I
them
want to skin
party
come
boy.
back. I want to come back then the item shop. Just
But
party.
if you in an item shop skin is a battle pass.
Come back.
I get
Yeah,
Wolverine
come back, that's the
from.
point. I had this skin.
You don't have it, your brother have it.
No, I had this skin. My phone, my phone. From my phone, I can go. So if I want, thank you. Having my phone, I can go something else.
I done that already.
Xavier, like you do, I wouldn't get more. And then you will improve.
Keep on me, keep on me. That again?
Xavier.
Alright, die out of it.
Go on. Fire go. White on him. Hilo.
Now them miss guns.
No, they're just using it connected.
Sure, cabinet.
I can beam. I chase him this kitty. I could do that too.
Half of them man you know.
I know half of them know. I dead. Don't know how to play. They've been practicing. One dead.
Boy, you know when you say.
All of them just
Yeah,
fighting one away at all.
That fear the guy who running you know.
Kill him, kill him. Hit the low. Hit the low, hit the low. Boy, everybody on me, kill one, kill one, kill one. One little, one little. Yeah. Yo,
some action to
We're green party. We're green party. We're going up again. Labor and Eddie.
5 match remaining. Let's play with 5 matches and see if we can reach top something.
When they say game, they say making me level up plenty though.
Yeah. Which one? That's God. When you use and the game, you punch hard.
If we win one, you know we're good. We did back contract. It just give 15 points if you win. We just have to make it past that one.
20 points, yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. Then just everyone, I remember one. No.
Every day Friday, people say Friday. Every week.
Fair to grief that game in the last game. You like to say,
Boy,
I love
boy.
them.
Sure, my tech abilities is the most of us. God.
Aaron just told.
I want Iron Man. Yeah,
I assure.
Iron Man.
And I assure can do ball. This is the best company can I can get. I'm playing in retail. And I assure can do ball. This is the best company.
Just say Aaron just ball.
Yo, that's like a woman.
That's probably because she is a woman. I don't know about labor.
Wait for one of them. Nice. Kill one.
Alright, I play the safe from now on.
I can't play safe.
I run it.
Aaron sound like a dog.
One of them, the one there.
I
One of
don't
them,
know.
reach you.
I'm Xavier. How do we play though?
I only die one time.
I got eliminated as well.
Yummy. Kill him, man. Nice. Gang up, gang up, gang up, gang up. Too white.
Make sure to like, share, and sub.
Nice. Gang up, gang up, gang up, gang up. I run it.
Gang bang.
This one.
One boy.
One away. I dead. I run.
What group ball to get to them free span? It's stupid ass like it.
One away. I'll kill him. I can die, I know.
I did it. Come, yeah, get one. 11. Aaron, what are you doing?
Aaron loves loud balls.
Aye. See from now on, Jackie, what kind of bullshit is this? Them here cheating?
What was that tell them?
Don't read your chat.
Go.
You wanna come to me?
Go. Come to me. Continue.
That one they look. Who's trying to do that?
Yes, I get one. Get one more kill.
No, you need two. Two more kills, please.
Get his kill. I get one. Get it. You win. Yes.
Yeah, we win.
By a meter.
Yeah, like you shit, but I'm over it. Yeah, shit, but I'm over it.
I read in the chat.
Yeah, like you shit, but I'm over it.
Boy, I killed two with one.
Yeah.
Let me go.
Aaron don't make you lose.
Yeah, I make we lose, honestly.
I know I am one close, so
I hate this in better.
People on it. Come, let me go. Come on, Aaron, let me go. Let me go. I done crack one already.
Fire in the field.
Wait, pan one. One behind it. Wipe on it too. Wipe on it. Nice, you running like a girl. I wiped him again. Jesus, I get cracked.
I died.
The jet skin running.
I might have come on if I was home.
The jet skin low.
yeah, no, that.
And now one is
What the hell wrong with my aim?
The jet skin low. Nice!
Just in that.
Okay.
But yeah, what them they actually came about.
Yes.
I get killed for it.
Okay. One landing now. One see, he look where. Oh, just get on me. Boom! What the hell? Crack the Jeff again. Wait, knock one, kill one.
I going to Aaron channel.
Yeah. One in the sky. Wait for the kid in the sky. Find him. One on me. I dead. Nice, whoever. Come in clutch. Wait, find the kid. Nice. There we go. I can die, but whoever. Don't die. Respawn. Wait for one. Right on the jet. Hurry up, respawn. Crack da. Skinny.
One dead.
Just skin that. There we go. No. Adam, don't kick out on there. Crack. No! Crack, dead! I dead. I fly. I can hide for now.
No.
Game tap. Just can look. Just can low. We win.
Who winning?
We win. No.
Hold them down, they kill them.
They ain't even know.
Xavier did that's all they gave him.
I kidding you.
Yo.
What's Xavier?
Yo.
The arm channel open for me, yeah?
Huh?
The arm channel that it was uploaded.
Alright.
Internet open.
And your challenge. Look, all the default come back in.
I didn't chat still, eh? I'm going to join you back in stream. You see, I don't know she's on the website.
Yeah. All these things default and them come back in.
What you say walking? Tell me start.
All the defaults come back in.
We talking about.
You see a chat thing, eh? Yeah, all the default going in item shop.
Hello, it's taking so long to load back.
Oh yeah, look at that 50 cups.
Anybody else loading back? Anybody else loading back? I'm going to refresh my game, eh?
I don't reach in lobby.
I going to refresh.
Look at the OG glider. I'll come in and see the OG pickaxe.
I put the item right now.
Iron what? Give me a skin?
I need one for the next season.
We can only get 8 points. We lose them.
Yeah, we know.
How much points the man get?
Yeah, pick up.
The man gets 77 points. And we only get 8.
You want me to get the pickaxe?
Yeah, give me the pickaxe now.
Wait till they let go.
Okay, ready up.
Yeah. This is good. Want me to play with red line?
Why?
she's a bad.
I'll go play some creative, man.
Alright.
We don't reach.
She leave. What's your creative field?
And while we team up on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just play creative. Okay, let's play creative field. We're getting team up on them.
Like one need the hole.
But see, I ain't streaming it.
Just say stream in walking. Boy, Aaron, I guess somebody watch my whole stream today.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well, my watch time, you know. Invite me to the thing, you know. I ain't gonna say no, I just go join.
Invite me, man. I just want to say hi. What your name, Yancy? Hey, Aaron, invite me, man. I just say anything.
Maybe you guys say nothing. Yes, I'll join.
Like a whale just up here.
Yeah.
That's kind of my good man.
Yeah.
And it's good a word posting.
Boss, what? Come, let's go play a game. They'll team up on them. Wall again. Which one? Aaron.
1v1 Aaron.
You are from.
Aaron.
Yeah.
How many 1v1?
Yes.
How many 1v1?
No, it's Wi-Fi.
Okay. Let's go in this and team up. Let's team up on them.
You want me and you want to do one?
No. Let's team up on them.
Ah, they don't join the box.
Backside and zone one.
Yes.
Jahim and Cheese Jets.
Let's team up on them. Eh? What them bots there? What them there? Oh, the teaming. Oh, the teaming. Oh, what them there? What them there?
Look at your team, man.
What them there? Jesus Christ. Why? That worse than worse. Aaron don't answer people. Alan, invite me to the video call now.
Invite me to her.
Jesus, again 200 things.
All the money teaming.
Jesus. Why that OGD partner looks so nice.
Hi.
Yo, hi, Clips. Aaron, Jaim, oh, the man teaming harder. The man teaming.
Get down with the whole team, eh?
That can go and hide.
I see you two of the man.
I'm going
How's
good.
it going?
It's going good. We just get ourselves absolutely clapped in a cup. But we're going good. I am the cheese use. I get 200 ping,
Nice.
but 6 back last. Maybe menu I did on low ground. Pa you there, pa you there. Pa you there, pa you there. Ajay, I see you. I dead.
Are you?
I dead.
I fear.
Iron see.
I fear,
I dead. Both of them dead on the team. Man. Oh wait, this kid, I thought this kid was...
I see you as happy.
I don't know that serious pizza lad.
Boy. Xavier, who the on East Coast?
Nah, I lagging real bad though. Now we're there on any. Boy, I lagging bad though. I lagging too. That's just me. The post Fortnite server shitty.
I get 90 ping.
I get high ping, but just 1% packet loss. Okay.
I get no packet loss. That's for my game.
What is Trump win?
You lie. Yeah?
260 flat.
He lie. Jump in. No. Aaron, this is you. I dead. Help me.
I saved my shield, right?
Huh? Okay, I done that. I'm a ghost.
Make sure to like, share, and sub.
I pick up the guy who killed him.
You like.
Jai, you dead?
Yeah, leave me. Now you there?
Like what? Oh yeah, he like.
Nah, I see you as please, I see him.
Why you there?
Time down me.
In my back campaign. Because this kid trying to get my back and I look.
I'm a gold star, man. That's a gold mystique. I'm a gold star. Very different. When it's 7 something, they gonna announce who win. I bet Joe Biden winning this time. Trump ain't winning. Jesus Christ.
They got announced to 7 something.
Huh?
They got announced to 7 something because some season they come until like Friday. This guy last 2 days. I remember Corona now. Some people mailing the vote instead of actually going physically and put their votes. Some people mailing to the mailman.
Boy,
right, so you have to wait till like the mailman will to come the votes. That's why it said
I don't watch it tonight.
But Joe Biden, right? They say Joe Biden have more people who mail in the votes than and Trump have more people physically vote. That's why Joe Biden winning.
No. How you dotish, Aaron? How you dumb? You say it gonna take more longer for mail-in votes, right? Joe Biden, most people mail-in votes, right? So that means he get plenty more people footing. And me help me, I de logang. I'll come logang. And don't go there. Crack.
Go to jail.
I'll go. Nice, Aaron, nice.
Move.
He coming down, he dead. Behind here. Tag.
Yeah, coming with.
Somebody kill him. Top no. Come let we top, let we top.
Somebody coming hard.
Let we top, let we top. Where you going up there? I there below, I there below. Hard below. Top, 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 top. Bill above, bill above, bill by the sides, Alright, nice, nice, nice. Is another team out. Another team I did. I did extremely low on logo. I did extremely low on logo, eh?
Yeah, they live on me.
Kinda figured.
Are you lower than me?
No, you're lower than me. James dead though.
Oh, fudge.
You just getting crack? Okay.
We go lower.
I did above you, yeah. Yeah, go lower. Go lower, go lower.
I'm on scream me on.
I see that.
Them get up.
I get your mats, I get your mats.
They had height, so winning them was.
Not really. I want to part James there. Not really, we could have won that.
Jahim, go up on like.
James gone off. Fire it. Iron ID right here. Iron ID right here. I did. Okay.
I get your arm thing.
We say we go do the team and thing and nobody in the team. The man been up back, James. Lagging real bad though.
So you been spectating?
Yeah. And when I say I did right next to you, edit it
No,
and let me come.
I edit for. I mean just started credit for the guy. Like a friggin' game. I tell you the game, you do here. What the other game one day you can join me. Watch it. Right here, just get giant battery there.
I want.
James, you nasty. James, you weird. James, you weird. James, you weird.
I tell you now,
I the word. James, you weird. That's special because you say I want to know.
I'm a fool.
All the way.
What I mean to fish the butt. So you hard in your butt, you know, yeah?
Okay, drag back.
Somebody's still alive. He lose. Oh my gosh. Everybody go low. Even if they hide, just go low. And we go meet some.
Oh, Xavier, I hear exit that I lose this shit.
Let's go low. I done the low.
How low you talking?
I tap in all it max low. I see.
People they bang on me.
I know. Come in the box.
With me.
Yeah. One day behind we. One day directly behind we.
I'll let me do it.
Every party.
Above.
Tap
Tap down.
Every party, yeah.
Oh, there's you. Sorry. Make me spidey sense.
Oh, I Max, look.
Yeah, max low. Not max low now.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me.
One day down here. Hit him. Crack, nice, let me go.
Yeah, crack. You kill me, Xavier.
Xavier, pickaxe me.
Wait, what?
Xavier, pickaxe me.
Wait, what? Oh, I pickaxe you. Oh, now me, Dragon. Oh, I pickaxe you, Aaron.
You shot me in
Right in
my
zone.
head.
Right in zone, you can pickaxe me.
You shot me
No,
right
no,
in
no,
my
me pickaxe you, and me a shotgun time.
head.
You've
Yes.
been right in the kill field.
I kill her. It's a James die to storm.
Yeah, Giant, like Istanbul, you pickaxe me, bologna. Man, make me into ham sandwich, shoot the ass.
I guess how I try to break the wall and I think you run away.
What else did it? Just did it.
That's the end, they say.
Yeah.
What do you name?
Anonymous. How you know he didn't?
Anonymous. Anonymous.
Yeah.
Now you playing it?
He ain't doing it.
Text me and tell me that
He
it's
ain't
my
doing
dad
it.
that you playing it.
He ain't doing it. I just check it down. He they playing a tournament. I don't where you there. I don't where you there. Say quick, say quick. I see Jaime.
Right, a box up in wood.
I dead. I see Jaime though. Alright, where you there, Aaron? I mean, nice, let's go. On me, nice.
I get rid of them.
Okay.
Get rid of them.
Aaron, where you there?
I just kill a player, dude.
Ah, no, that's a nice.
Look wrong.
Tag, kid. I dead. Nah. Never mind, me and dead.
I did it.
This is me.
Go shoot. Spidey senses.
But it actually hard for door shoot all the while my thing locking on to all the real bad telling you. Behind Aaron. I'll crack him. Dead. Let me go.
Xavier, wait, let me just heal up at this one.
Heal one. Once I did. Oh yes, I win.
Let me heal up at this one.
I go now. I'll heal up. I just at least wanted one win.
If you kill me, and if you lose,
What a lag there. I did ultimate low.
At the
I can't do run because I need to see you. I see you.
Xavier coming.
yeah, but it's a mistake coming.
Okay. So go.
Watch your back for a mistake, eh?
Ramen kill me.
Bang
Ramen
you.
kill me. Ramen kill me.
Go with the chill.
That ramen. Watch it.
Alright, you die?
Not yet.
Tag one.
Hanging on by a string.
I did height.
Come in.
Never. Don't.
I'm hanging on
Try.
I take the string.
Try. You reach out?
Look me.
Okay.
Shoot them.
Go down. A waterfall. Crack on 100.
Oh, fudge! Reinforcing.
Yes, Xavier.
Crack him 100.
I do it.
Nice. Go down. He killing teammates.
Watch your HP, Zavi. Watch your HP. Watch your HP.
Why did it? 1 HP. 51 HP. I don't know how Jane just dying so fast. Nice. Nice spray. Nice.
Ramen, kill me.
What the mother? What?
Ma, wait for you.
You know what you expect?
From the height?
Which one I bread on them?
Coconut bread.
Again, thing as coconut bread. Iron ready.
Hold me.
People on me. Oh, yeah, I did.
So you don't know what, so you never eat coconut bread, have you?
No, what is coconut bread? You dumb?
I did it.
I knew you know coconut bread.
Yeah. Who don't know why it's coconut bread?
Have yeah.
My mom would have been there every Sunday.
Coconut bread tastes real good.
I will tell you.
I could buy one.
Yeah, put something chocolate, but
Yeah, you could do it like.
That man wetting up.
I stupid girl.
Man, I can box up here. Yeah, water, eat that.
you Pinocchio looking ass. What did you even notice?
That's the man who coconut bread.
Bread with coconut in it?
Real good.
It's sweet. Sweet and nice. It's like sweet bread.
Yeah.
Xavier ultimate low, eh?
Ultimate type.
Oh man, that go do. Ultimate low, Aaron.
I found ultimate type.
I just kill a bunch of people.
Ultimate low. I see you.
That you killing him, bro?
Yeah, tag the kid we're trying fighting. Tag him again. Crack your shoes.
No, nothing. Nobody see that.
Kid on me. Nice. How many more?
Fish it.
Okay. Now we dance on them. We dance on them. We dance on them.
Is that very ever eat chocolate bread?
Yeah. Cocoa bread.
It's far apart, you then.
No, chocolate bread.
We really getting on my Wi-Fi. I tell you, now you see any use guys say use from my school.
Yeah, eat board.
And it there that nah we good. Well chicken.
And I do eat chicken, guy.
Pigeon.
When they can eat. When they can eat when the man teeth them one.
Yeah, tell him
That's a good post for Gaber.
Baba Gaber. Now the man in teeth, the man Miss Ada and Ralph still have my money. Oh, that's your dream, that's your dream. I didn't know that.
Why did it?
Somebody rushing you.
Why did it?
The dream directly be a crack.
What is?
We just kill a kid. We just double team a kid.
What is? Look me, damn it. We're giant it.
I know giant must be there.
I lost fire.
Oh shit, sorry. Crack. Wait. Nice.
You hit me in it.
Sorry. Oh, Jay, what are you doing? Okay.
Stop shoot me.
Jay, like...
That man take care of me.
Alright.
I like
After
it,
this,
boss.
everybody go find the wood separate ways, eh?
Yeah. That nobody's seeing me. You see everybody start to talk to him. Stop the money.
I like it so bad. So bad. After this, everybody on their own. Nobody knew this.
Everybody,
I gotta go back to
Let me cheat panda too.
No, actually, they didn't be it.
Dude, this lagging thingy.
Go back in the game.
Huh? Yeah.
Go back in the game.
It says 13 people in this here.
Where you join? Bah. Let's go in thing. BH Bill 5.
Yeah,
If you see me, do not kill me. Aaron, let's go in the desert. I get over into the desert. I try to get my loot to go to the desert, but I just nah, I just go in there and try to kill people from over there. If you want, bring us 2 sets of them. If you want one zone over there. So go. Bring 2 sets of purple pump and blue here. Let's go quick. Ah, yes.
You make it?
Kinda. If anybody in break, I make it.
I hope they made a break. Don't shoot me exactly.
I'll come back.
I can't remember this.
I tag Iron 25. Kill a kid.
I'm bringing thing them on.
Okay.
Look down there by a thing.
Move. Let me carry all of me.
I can't remember.
No! Jesus. Let me use my griefing looter, those take them. Actually, I can put them in a box over here. Okay.
Let's go. I will be a purple blue hand.
Everybody going back to us?
As I come and grief up the game. What happened? Yo, some other skin coming.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, I
black
like
skin.
I log into
Probably
a black skin.
with the panel, yeah, a black skin. I just 200 in.
Nope, me and them do. I break anything. I break anything coming.
What kind of gun? You see, the man a drum gun.
Who?
You see there?
Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron, pull out that drum gun from me.
That's all we are. Because that is when I'm going to take you to the man.
Oh, the man can't kill it, man.
No, over the other side.
He coming again.
It's me, it's me. It's me.
But sister,
What they call what? We gun?
me ain't get this scoping thing.
Yo, try and bring a blue air for me.
I don't know too far for something.
But then I think with this legendary AI.
I'm coming back, eh?
I need 155 HP because of your beam.
Then heal up.
I don't have it. Sit down, man.
GG.
Yeah. GG. Police. Boy, I get drunk so bad today.
Xavier, do over here fighting.
I get drunk real bad today. I vomit up the place. It's Xavier makes fun of me and Xavier been drinking some of today. Xavier, nobody fighting man. Xavier still nobody. Oh, you don't fight nobody. Yes. Like my fish, I don't. Oh, see no better than that.
$43 damage.
Yeah, man don't know what we have for them. Pull up.
Somebody come and beg me. Come time.
Some kid over there. Ayo. Oi, mano,
You're
eu
shocked,
ali.
né?
É, eu achei. Break me down.
I can put the shoe. Alright, come on.
Yes, okay. And another one. Oh yes, we just have a fight. It's our one to go on.
Mess up the 1v1. Hey, Aaron.
Yo.
They mess up the 1v1.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
We'll go buy a different 1v1.
Okay, I didn't contact.
Who win? You are Aaron.
Okay.
Oh wait, I can bring some splashes just in case one of them hit me.
Giant box, it's right fire now.
People come in there. Why so much people go in there? Kill them who go in there, Karen. Kill the people and them who go in there.
What's shooting after me? You? Any idea?
No, what can you be?
Nah, me and you.
What's so much people coming? A lot of people coming.
Okay, right there.
Johnny, you're playing what?
King kill me, Anna. I did over here.
doing much and I still have big body.
Can I beat you in a 1v1?
Sure.
Yo, watch how I get over here and tidy. Tidy up the place now. Bills, they all over the place. Tidy up the place now.
So you live over here too, like you can't tidy it up.
I just come back. And I can shoot. Like, don't let nobody come over there. Let's go to a different place. Let's go to a different place. Go to the next mountain, the bigger mountain over there.
Which one is that?
Over here, follow me. Follow me, follow me. That's me. A chest, they over here.
Your big butt?
Chest, they over here, sniper. Yo, look, the thing over here. Up here, up here. Okay, I done said. Look the thing, look the thing.
It could be anyone out in a boy.
You mean Charles? You mean Charles alone?
Anyone out it?
Go hardly beat yourself, much less. It's people you walk on beat. Yeah? Yeah. Sang okay.
Going. Who's going up? Who's going up?
I just making the place look good. Okay.
Lag is real.
I know. That's why me and one running.
And I drop. I will come back up.
I'm the only one supposed to get splashes, everybody. Hmm? Yeah, missing. Yes, ma. I will go get the cat sand just now, eh? The menu. Come over. Hold on, eh?
Some real bots out of here.
Okay. Come barely bill. I just finished my thing. Thought that in the corner. $80. Oh, Jesus Christ, I did.
Somebody else come over here.
The man hit me so hard.
Could that be you?
That's somebody.
That you?
Yeah.
People like you taking it back. What is you live in this nation?
Gee, I can't move from here. My game lagging me back into position. Alright, this kid again get shut up now, eh?
Oh, I want to do one. Wait, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him.
Who?
Do I dance to do?
Come back now. Let me test that TV.
What's that TV?
Jesus Christ.
You're coming.
Taiwan, if you go sit me here, I really question it.
I don't know me and I make it over here.
Don't make me the man is me. Coming over there. Until I owe that money.
It's what there? No. One kid coming over. Kill him.
Kid coming over.
Kid coming over. Kill him.
He's coming over.
Yeah. The takeover our base. That's so annoying. They take it over. They shooting you down. Shooting down at you. Oh shit, that's Jaime.
Yeah.
Crack one up there. Get snipers. Yeah. Get snipers. Yo, who the up there? Aranda, is you sniping?
No.
Well, they will take over back our base. What if you crack him? Aranda, is you? I think you take up. Oh yeah. I think you take up with griefing weapons.
You take up your nuclear weapon. I mean.
Break all them stupid things. Yo, everybody stop move. He there below. I know I've been here more than one footstep. In there. All again. I when they coming over. I when they coming over brings flashes. Jay, do that again. Jay, do that again. It seems like your hand in front of my face. What the heck? I can see your hand in front of my face. Buddy, you bring splashes. You bring splashes. Jay brings splashes. One to you. One to you. Aaron, why you shooting me? Aaron. What? Fire the Aaron. Aaron, where you there? Aaron!
At the funny bridge.
So wait, who they punch up our base? Somebody they punch our base, you know.
200 pumping.
Okay. Clean up our base back, please. Up is now one zone.
There's another guy coming with.
Okay. He dead. Is the Jonesy? He been a Jonesy skin?
Yeah.
Don't kill him.
Somebody has reached.
That's him. Stop building, Aaron. Move. Don't make nobody come back here. One kid. He coming. Full space. Okay, he did. I bring these splashes. And when you splash, you hear any noise? Oh no.
Good job, them me.
He trying to come again.
Oh, I want to.
He reach, he make it. I crack him 100. He reach, he coming back.
I have break down some side.
It's the kid sniper out all the bills. He reach. He coming up. It's not me, eh? Jane there.
No, I look. I'm going to make Arab kill me. And I'm still going to
I see him.
I probably mark over there.
I break them and let we get this kitty away.
What are you clipping?
He break down, I think.
That means up here.
No, look the kid up here. Right. I just get shotgun from the back. Why they taking our base?
God, they're like
Give them again. Jamie, watch it again?
yeah. I in front and I still winning. Remember, I get 3 and you only get.
Yeah. Somebody else coming.
That's the Jonesy, leave the Jonesy alone.
Who leave the Jonesy? Alright.
Jesus. He coming again. Fat pig coming again. Ah, boy. Oh, Jonesy. Oh, I headshot the man.
40 damage. Wow.
Oh, sorry, mistake.
Okay. Jonesy coming. Jonesy been shoot me, I know. Three of them coming. Three of them coming. Three of them been coming. Three of them coming. Three of them coming. I break it out. He ain't make it. He ain't make it. He ain't make it. He coming. He coming. He coming. He coming. Yo. He going all the way around. More them coming. Okay.
Guys, it's bullshit though.
Yo, anybody get grenades or anything?
No. I just
Yo, who? Iron nigga clap. Bring nades, bring nades, bring nades. Bring nades.
Nades is in the funny ground.
Go in the vault or some shit.
It go half out again.
No. Look him right in there.
Yo, splash me, yeah. Splash me.
I'll crack you.
Of course you did it.
There's enough?
Yep. Take back yourself. Look at me.
Okay, let me go again. We going again, right?
No.
I'll leave.
Nah, I ain't.
Okay. Let's play that. Let's go over there one more time and I can snipe these kids off. Okay. Bouncers. I get bouncers. Splash. Okay. A lot of bouncers. Everybody try to get bouncers. Grappler. Purple pump. Purple pump player. I starting to push it. I starting to go. Somebody push it to desert now. Where's the desert?
Guys, why a girl mouth stick? Every time she smiles, she mouth full of crocodile teeth. Everything get rushed when I reach. Power men on a boy's skin. The girl swallow Listerine. I say you're bad, but she will run up and see. Come now, your bread kicking harder than Jackie Chan and rush over tree. To get chopstick. Your father is in that is over cheese. Boy, yeah, I'm at a ball, need to leave. So, your bread so hard when you fall, you hope this bread is like 19. They kill up and move so like I need love from Marcy Stores, good tree. Just go and brush your teeth now. Every time she smiles, she move full of crocodile teeth. Everything get rushed when I reach. Power men run up with skin. We make a girl swallow Listerine.
I reach over. I'll reach over.
Your bread kicking harder than Jackie Chan and rush over tree.
I'll reach over.
I saw Tyson. But me ain't listening. I just like the bitch.
Chest there.
Guys, why a girl mouth stick? Every time she smiles, she mouth full of crocodile teeth. Everything get rushed when I reach. Power men on a boy's skin. Make a girl girl swallow this already. I say you bad pussy, you run up and see. Up now, your brain kicking harder than a Jackie Chan and push up a tree. See, this translates, man.
In other words, just brush your fucking teeth.
It's her.
One person pushing over. That's him, he grabbed me.
And play that over.
I sometimes tell me what is. You understand?
Heading.
Play it again.
He reach up. Wait, let me see if he can shoot. Let me see if he can shoot. He can shoot. Low him. Low him. I know you get a pickaxe today. I know you get a pickaxe today.
40 seconds.
Wait, let me heal him.
You know how much weight? You know how much weight?
Yeah.
300 US.
What, that pickaxe today? How do you get a pickaxe? What's true? There's an OG pickaxe today. James, stand up still. Let me see if I can snipe you.
Why?
James, stand up still. Let me see if I can snipe you.
Is that what you want?
Just brush your teeth. Smoke with them. Yes, sir.
Right, me? James, stand up!
I don't do that.
Alright, why you shoot me? James, stand up still! Let me see if I can headshot tonight too.
Nice why a girl mouth stick every time she smile she mouth full of crocodile teeth. Everything get crushed when I reach. Government on a boy's kid. Baby can girl swallow Listerine. Stay your bad to soul run up and see. Your bread kicking harder than Jackie Chan and push so much. With the leaf with the key picky see. Where every skinny big see. Just be around push it in a subtrain. Water from the down drain. How much is have to explain? Your friends spelling real estate. Just brush your teeth now, boy. That's all I'm trying to see. Alright? Who don't do like me? So nice why a girl mouth stick every time she smile she mouth full of crocodile teeth. Everything get crushed when I reach. Government on a boy's kid. Baby can girl swallow the story. I say you're bad to see you'll run up and see. Up now, your bread kicking harder than Jackie Chan and push so much weight. See, this chance is
What?
In other words, just brush your fucking teeth.
yes, sir.
I think so.
Rush teeth! Rush teeth! No, man, good. Rush teeth! Rush teeth! Rush teeth! And I reach.
I like it cut, G.
Which one is you? Why you there?
Nah, boy, get my
I'm waiting. I like it cut, G.
I like your cut, G.
Like it cut, G.
I like your cut, G.
I like it. Cut G.
I like it cut G.
Remember them man they say love that's a boy. You just
Iron stand up still. One Alex stand up still.
200.
Wait, what's somebody else there? Who you?
Move me.
Wanna do grind me? Busty, wanna do grind me? HIV AIDS.
Wanna do grind me?
HIV AIDS.
Wanna do grind me? Wanna do buy me? You have got everything get maximized.
If I see something do to happen, all I know is that's me.
Can't check now. I'm sorry.
The violence is so stupid at me. All I know is me.
I'm not too slow now. Start 200.
Yeah, do that.
That kid be hacking. Go in there. Go back 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 in there.
No, go back in there. I mean, I wanna.
Anxiety inside the Trump campaign about Georgia. You heard John King just talking about how.
Yeah, Trump's still losing.
A lot.
You see my mouth.
I cracked giant shields in that chamber there of death. I returned to her because I crashed the game. Wow.
Return to her because they lose it here.
I crashed out the game. My game crashed.
240 something by the 214 jump.
Nope, it's 260 something. Team winning.
260 something.
It's 268. Joe Biden winning by.
Wait.
Yes, go on Google. Live countdown.
Google only estimate to be in front. Carry watch news polls.
Again. Oi, let me go and set up me ASMR chat. Jesus Christ! Can I set up a chopping please? Come to this bloody kitty! Can I set up a
When Trump win, you go see.
Jumping, I win.
Just like how you say anything. Just like how you say. Just like when you say anything we game win last week. I want.
Me ain't say nothing about last year.
Yep.
Why you say last year?
Ah, they're real diplomatic,
Last year, I said anything? Last year?
Ah, they're real diplomatic. Ah. All them watch line up for a headshot.
Allez! Pop, pop! Pop! All them bots line up for headshot. Boom! All them bots line up for headshot. Boom! Line up for headshot. Boom! Line up for headshot.
Yep, look.
Boom! Line up for headshot. Boom! All them bots in there. What the bots in there? Line up for headshot. Line up for headshot, man. Line up for headshot. Line up. What them here? What he? Line up for headshot, boy. Line up for headshot, boy. Line up for headshot. And don't let me get back my headshot generator. Iron here, get me. Boy, Iron. Boy. Iron, that's my headshot generator. Line up for headshot generator. Headshot generator. Headshot generator, Jane.
I leave.
Because I'll get headshot generated. What it? Boom! What it? Headshot generator. Headshot generator.
I leave too.
This kill generator is good.
It just hit me.
Yeah, that may happen to me. Oh, Molly get headshot generated.
Going back fight and zone and then I come back home. 3 people don't need me.
Go get the cats and I'm going me bed. I gone. You watching Joe Biden?
Yeah, they're nasty cats. I will eat it to the...
You guys.
Get it. Look at it. I'm talking about that part. I'll make cats too. Long time me and the cats one.
Alright, later.
Yo. Earn.
la caiga.
Hey, no, don't go in there. Here, come here. Follow me. Follow me.
What?
Follow me. Don't go in this one. Just wait. Hold up.
Oh, you like this drip? Look at this. Yeah, and they like that. This is some queer ass map I'm not going in.
You like my drip?
Nah, sorry dude. It's not enough.
Come on.
No.
Oh, you got only one.
Of approximately US $55 million. All the detailed plans are in place. Jobs, more sustainable development. 7, the rollout of further of low-income and middle-income housing for young professionals. More jobs, more sustainable development. 8, further expansion of agriculture and agricultural, poultry, fisheries, manufacturing, industries, electricity, water, sea, road, and transportation.
Do you really trust Godwin Friday and the NDP to create jobs?
Under the NDP, there were 12,000
50% of us lived in dirt poor poverty.
For that ballpark, but you don't until you count them. Right? And so that's why you have to count them, you have to narrow that down a little bit. You know, you're not comfortable to project your state until you get a little closer, especially an election where you had, again, people vote by mail, people stand in line and vote early, some people using drop box, the people who came out and turned out in a natural way on election day like you normally do. So there's different issues, and we're always cautious. We'd be even more cautious in an environment like this and just count votes and figure it out. But again, it's 80,000 votes. That's a decent leap for a count. We'll just wait. Hopefully we get more by the end of the night. Once, as you narrow down the outstanding ballots, then you can make more judgments, especially as you watch. We just got that done for the county. Is it about the same? Is the lead growing? Is the lead contracting? And we run it through. We've got great people out there. We've great people in Arizona, and we'll figure it out.
We'll stay close. It's done. 84 is in. That means 16% of the vote is still out. So we'll wait for more of those votes. And I totally agree. We're grateful to all those poll workers. So many of them are volunteers. They're doing important work for our country. All right, let's go back to Jake, Danner, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. Appreciate it. And as all this news is coming in, most of it, all that great for President Trump. Dana, you have some new report.
I talked to a source familiar with President Trump's thinking who said that the president is down, which is understandable, but not feeling all that great, despite the public bluster that we've seen and heard from his campaign, from his children, that the president is seeing what's happening. He is seeing it that in some of these key states that will determine whether he is president or not, his lead is shrinking. Or if Joe Biden, you know, notwithstanding what we just saw, this is before that just happened, it's just not looking that good for the president. And the sense from the source that the president is starting to see this slip away. That's the mood of the president. Now, could that change like this? Dovetails with some reporting that we had earlier from our colleague Kevin Litvak, who said the president is calling to allies, saying that he doesn't understand strategy that his campaign is using to kind of have these lawsuits in various states. why didn't they try this more aggressively before votes were counted? So there's some hand-wringing going on behind the scenes while there is some, public bravado. Yeah, quite.
And I don't for being confused about his legal team strategy, because it is a little confounding when you actually look at what is going on. We've been talking all night about the way strategy is talking out of one side of their mouth in Arizona and in Nevada, and then out of another in Pennsylvania and Georgia and Michigan. So it is confusing. And earlier in the year, the president really did push his team and the RNC to have a very aggressive legal strategy. And I think he really that a lot of this stuff would be resolved before we got to this point. And much of it actually had been resolved and litigated in the courts, which is why you're seeing challenges that they're putting out now are, as we've discussed, fairly thin. And so I'm not surprised to see that the president finds it to be a somewhat in case.
But do you think that his issue is that he's not finding the legal strategy now to be up to the standards that he wants, or he understand why they're not able to stop the counting of votes? I mean, that seems more like in keeping with Donald Trump. His legal team was fairly aggressively out there. I mean, they were trying to stop mail-in ballots in any number of states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I mean, the problem is that just because he's president, he's not able to mail-in ballots. He's not able to stop the counting of ballots. I think, with all due respect, I think you're giving him a little bit too much credit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit of both to stop the ballots from being counted. But again, I'm sure he's not blind to the fact that these cases that are long shot.
Exactly.
I mean, they're just hard to.
But that's not the legal team's fault.
Well, no, it's not. But as we've been saying they are throwing everything they can up against this wall. The president obviously wants to win. He wants the ballots to not be counted. But I think he, as someone who, as you pointed out, is very litigious, he understands that these cases are not as rock solid as he.
That's exactly right. I think that it sounds to me like he is just voicing his frustration, and the one thing he's been hanging on right now, because it's the way that they are being prosecuted, is by the lawsuits right now. And because he actually has so much experience in the courts, maybe not in election law, but experience in the courts, that he, seeing that the campaign is just kind of trying to find ways to publicly say, well, we don't believe this, we're going to challenge this. It's not necessarily something that is really, he's not standing on firm ground.
So he doesn't have experience winning in courts. He has experience with frivolous lawsuits. Well, let's table this for a second. I want to Caitlin Collins at the White House, who can give us some more insight into President frustrations about what's going on. Caitlin?
Well, it's so interesting to hear you guys talk about the legal strategy, because this legal strategy came about because after Fox Arizona for Joe Biden last night, something that we should know CNN has not done yet. I am told by sources that's when the president went into this kind of panic mode with aides after thinking that he was going and pull this off, that he started instructing them to start filing these lawsuits and start to pursuing litigation that we have seen play out all day. And so that is what campaign aides have really doing. And some have conceded in part, Jake, and so they can buy themselves more time as they are waiting on votes in places like Arizona to come in. The other thing the president has, since we have not seen him in person today, the White House is still late, meaning we are not expecting any appearances from him, though we could hear from him, of course, on Twitter tonight. Jake is angrily calling governors, these people who he believes are his allies, as he is trying to will what is happening and what we are seeing playing out from actually happening. And that includes Doug Ducey of Arizona, and Kemp of Georgia, and Ron DeSantis of Florida, I'm told by sources. He has been angrily calling them because he is not happy with what he's seeing. Of course, Florida is a different situation. I think that's more of a from what I've understood so far, but that is what the president has spent his day doing. So he is angrily calling these Republican governors, but casting doubt on the legal strategy that he has told his own aides to pursue. And of course, if you talk to the campaign aides who are working on this, some of them obviously do not believe some of these lawsuits will be successful, but they feel basically like they've options at this point. And when the president feels like he's back into a corner, often throughout the decades of his life before he was even in office, his go-to strategy has been to sue. lawsuits or to try to mount some kind of legal challenge to stop what is happening from happening.
Thank you, Caitlin Collins. That's exactly what I thought was going on. The idea that he's waging these frivolous lawsuits because he's telling them to do it. Anyway, Caitlin, thank you so much. Let's go to Arlette Science, who's with the Biden team in Delaware. What are you hearing from Team Biden, Arlette? There's obviously still a narrowing race in Arizona. We don't know what's happening. A narrowing race in Pennsylvania and, of course, in Georgia.
Well, Jake, they are closely watching these results coming in Arizona, but at this point, they are still projecting confidence about his standing in that state. The Biden campaign acknowledges that the could tighten in a county like Maricopa County, but they don't expect that his current standing will be overcome, even as the Trump campaign has pushed the course of the day. Now, Arizona and Nevada, another state the Biden campaign is looking to hold on to. Those are states that Joe Biden only visited once as a Democrat, which is quite the contrast to the time and resources he's devoted to those blue walls he was trying to reclaim this time around. Now, the Biden campaign today projecting confidence about that blue wall in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And at this point, they have had 2 of those 3 states called in. Now, heading and looking forward to Pennsylvania, the Biden campaign says they still remain confident as those votes continue to be counted and say that they will remain vigilant, ensuring that every last vote is counted in that state.
All right, Arlette Science, thank you so much in Wilmington, Delaware. And we should also talk about the fact that I do, and I'm sure, expect Arizona to narrow. I mean, I do think that margin of victory, which is
it started to, and now it's like a little more than 15.7 to 47.9.
Yeah, I mean, the Biden campaign, they also expected to narrow, but they believe that he will win. So yeah, it's not going to be a blowout in Arizona, but the question is, can President Trump make it out with the votes that are outstanding? And, we got a relatively small tranche of votes earlier tonight. It narrowed a little bit, but it's the split based on Maricopa. The president needs to do a little bit better than that.
He needs to get about 60% of it.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more Republican, more pro-Trump, in order for him to even begin to overcome.
And remember what the Secretary of State just said to Wolf and John, that we might not know until Friday. I mean, they're going to do as much as they can, doing as fast as they can, and so on and so forth, but we might not get the results of all of the outstanding ballots until Friday.
Same with Pennsylvania.
Same with Pennsylvania.
And Nevada until tomorrow. But it's funny that you clarified yourself there on the Republican votes versus pro-Trump. You know, explain.
Even on a good day, don't like assuming that party affiliation is going to translate into votes. But you dig into a little bit of the exit polls in the state of, see something interesting that we were talking about. President Trump doing a little worse with Republicans, getting 88% of the vote among Republicans. Joe Biden taking 10%, as we've discussed. Cindy McCain came out strong against him, and the native son, John McCain, was notoriously in this feud, I guess you can say, with the president.
And this is totally anecdotal, but just to help make your point, I got a text from family members who were telling me that they have friends who are lifelong Republicans, registered Republicans, who are telling them they're voting for Joe Biden. So just because we're seeing votes come in doesn't mean that those are Trump votes, and maybe vice versa.
Well,
50% is a lot, but for Trump, I mean, he's in the 90s.
And that's the thing, if Joe Biden ends up Arizona by 40,000 votes, guess what? That's 40,000 reasons that President Trump should not have attacked John McCain. If you're talking Senate Republicans in Arizona voting for Joe Biden. David Chalian, let's talk about Arizona and what needs to remaining ballots that have yet to be counted.
Yeah, so we're taking a look. This is obviously the state of play after that vote dump that we just got in Arizona. You noted Joe Biden is 50%, Donald Trump 47.9%, 84% of the estimated vote is in, and that is a 79,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. Now know about the outstanding vote, what has not been counted yet after those votes were dumped into the system, it's now down to 515,000 out votes in Arizona. That's a rough estimate, not exactly precise, but that's sort of back of the envelope estimate. And so we take a look at sort of what each candidate needs, and I'll just say, Trump actually benefited a little there. You saw that it narrowed, and he benefited a little there from that latest vote dump in terms of narrowing the gap with Biden. He now 55 to 57% of the remaining outstanding vote of those 515,000 uncounted votes in Arizona to overtake Joe Biden, actually keep this state in his column. You see, Joe Biden needs 40 to 42% of the outstanding ballots in order to hang on to his lead there. They flip Arizona from red to blue. Donald Trump, that percentage is not out of reach for Donald Trump in Arizona. Obviously, it's a bit better than statewide right now. It is 47.9%, but it is obviously still in the hunt in some sense, and we got to count the rest of these 515,000 votes where we can see the final state of play there in Arizona.
And David, of the 515,000 uncounted votes, we believe most of them are from counties Biden won. Is that correct?
Right. It sounded like, if I heard the Secretary of State properly, from Pima County and down in Tucson area, and of course County in the Phoenix area, the big population centers, and those are the places where Joe Biden has the lead. We also heard that almost all of it, I think she said, is not that it is from prior to that. We've also seen that being a Biden advantage category. But again, I just want to say, guys, Donald Trump got a little benefit at last dump, and so if he gets more votes that he can continue to narrow in what we see the next time they update their vote totals, his percentage of wins will go down a little bit. So with 515,000 votes outstanding in Arizona, there's simply more counting to do.
That's why we count to see who actually won, whether it's Trump or Biden. David Chalian, thanks so much. As more results are coming in tonight, will Joe Biden's electoral count go up? Much more coming up. Thank you.
20 months ago, the doctor said your husband is having a stroke. He's not going to be able to take it. And he's not going to know you. Thanks to technology, he has so much more confidence. You can tell he has a smoother stride. Samsung Gem Study gives us hope and make mobility part of your everyday, and to walk independently and to never give up.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Rome, and this is CNN.
The 100 Club. Our look at companies that are 100 years old or older.
Popular tea is the famous Earl Grey blend.
It's the drink that built a nation. The best tea may be produced in China or India. Few countries which enjoy a nice cuppa more than England. And in London, there's one company which has been brewing up for more than 300 years.
With it's your cup of tea, you must drink it the way you like it, and yes, the day without Earl Grey is not a good day. The company started when Thomas Twining bought an existing London coffee house. Within the city of London, there were over 2,000 coffee houses, so intense competition. So Carrington Tea, he introduced fine quality tea to his coffee house as a point of difference.
It's CNN 10. My name is Carter Leduce, explainer-in-chief.
Relevant stories, complex issues explained, all in 10 minutes. CNN 10, a virtual learning resource you can use at home. Stream at CNN/CNN10.
democracy heating up dramatically. Right now, Biden has 253, 213, 270. That's the magic number. You get 270, you're the president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert. Right now, see what things stand. In Pennsylvania right now, there's 20 electoral votes, and 88% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead, 190,000 over Joe Biden, 50.9% to 47.8% in Pennsylvania. In Georgia right now, 95% of the estimated vote is in. Trump still maintains, but it has really been diminished. 38,996 votes ahead of Biden, 49.8% to 49%. In Arizona, of the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead, just under 80,000 votes over Trump, 50.7% to 47.9%. And in Nevada, the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead, but it's a small lead of about 7,600 votes right now, 49.3% to 48.7%. That's why over at the Magic Wall. And we're looking at all these states very closely. Which state is jumping out to you the most?
Well, it's just in the context of Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270, so obviously Nevada are the two states that could get him there. But the surprise is in the closing race in Georgia. So let's just start there. I say surprise just because the shift has been so dramatic. Now here's what 38,996 votes. That's what President Trump is ahead right now with 49.8, so rounded up to 50 to 49. Remarkably close race. 90. I want to show you a new feature we have. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time. This is midnight. We talked about this earlier. Look at midnight statewide in Georgia. 372,107 votes. That was the president ahead. Then they're counting votes overnight. At 9 a.m., it was down to 103,705 votes. Then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, inside 80,000 votes. Then you move up to 6:30 p.m. and you see it's 57,266. And then at 7:30 p.m. it dropped even more. Now I want to show you at statewide. Watch the suburbs just outside of Atlanta. This is DeKalb County right here. You heard Gary Tuckman talking about this earlier. Midnight last night. Look at Joe Biden's vote total. 81 right here in DeKalb County. So how did Joe Biden come back overnight? Watch these as it plays out overnight. By 9 o'clock in the morning as they counted overnight, look at that, 265,000. Again, 1,000 if you went to bed at midnight. By 9 o'clock this morning as they counted overnight, these are the Democratic suburbs, DeKalb case just to the east of Atlanta. You come down here, the vote count at 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock it went up a little bit more, stayed stable in the vote count later after that. So you just see what has happened overnight. If you went to bed at midnight, you thought the president had an insurmountable lead in Georgia, but they continued to count those votes. Now you're in a position where 38, almost 39,000 vote lead and tension because the president cannot afford to lose anything on the board. His lead in Arizona and Nevada, he gets to 270. If he can pass the president in Georgia as well, it's essentially a plan B, if you will. It helps Joe Biden get to 270 and potentially. So this is a great moment of tension in the Trump campaign when it comes to Georgia. And again, we're watching Arizona as well. You could make the case the president's narrowed. You can make the case. It's a fact. The president's narrowed the gap in Arizona, but we still have to count there as well.
Well, let's take a look at this.
Let's move on and see. We can show you the same impact and effect here. Let's just start right here and see where we are. Again, 84. We're expecting more votes a bit later. A couple hours from now, we expect to get a decent chunk of votes from Maricopa County. Pima County also has a lot of votes. That's the county to the south of Phoenix. Both of those are blue. Expect Joe Biden. The expectation is because he's running so strong. You see him here, 52% in Maricopa, even better than that, 60% in Pima. So the Biden campaign thinks it will. So let's just game this out. Again, 79,000 right now. Let's take this and go back in time. Right? Let me bring this up for you here. It'll be coming up here for you. And we'll go back in time. This is midnight. And you see then Joe Biden, 207,000 votes ahead, 207,000 and change. Then you see it starts to slip a little bit over a.m. And here's 3 a.m. You're at 155. 4 a.m. It's 130. 10 o'clock down to 93. And when criminologists look at that lead, 93,000 in the Biden campaign, and then more votes in Maricopa County gets it down to 79,000. So this one is trending in the other direction. And so we'll come out live to we're in the same spot. Where Joe Biden had a more comfortable lead overnight, and Donald Trump has closed the gap a little bit. You see that, and that's largely from here in Maricopa County, making up. It's the flip side in Georgia. The overnight was good to Joe Biden, and now we come close.
Well, speaking of Georgia, I want to go to Georgia right now. Gary Tuckman is in the Atlanta area for us right now. Our special guest who can update us on what's going on there. Well, that's right, Wolf. We're here in Atlanta, Georgia, and downtown in Fulton County, and this is where they are and scanning the absentee ballots right now. These are the votes that are about to be counted that may help decide who the President of the United States is. And with me right is Richard Barron. Richard Barron is the election chief here in Georgia's largest county. 159 counties in the state. This is the largest. I want to ask you first of all, you told us earlier there were 32,000 mail-in ballots that you got. What is the up-to-date number of ballots that you have now counted?
We've scanned 118,330, adjudicated a little over 113,000 so far.
Okay, so I'm doing some math in my head. That's about 29,000 that you still have to count.
Yes. Yeah. We'll have to adjudicate the remainder of that, the 29,000.
And adjudicating means that there's a problem with the ballots. You've got a Democrat and a Republican look at it to make sure that they...
Right. They look at voter intent on any contest that's flagged by the software.
29,000 more votes to be counted. When will we see all the votes, absentee ballot votes, on your website?
It'll be after midnight, sometime between midnight and 3, I think.
So it'll be tonight?
Yes. Well, we've brought in some press bodies, and we're sure that we make sure every vote is counted tonight, and we'll do what it takes to stay all night.
I was saying earlier, it looks like a beehive here.
Yeah, and all energy all day in here because we know that everyone's looking at us, looking at Georgia, and it could determine the next president. So,
a lot of pressure, right? The question I'm going to ask you: are you feeling any pressure or getting any pressure from either Donald Trump's campaign or Joe Biden's campaign?
No, I haven't felt any pressure from either of the campaigns. I think it's mostly the fact that there are just so many people interested in this. We have a lot of media in the room, so the interest is high.
You haven't gotten pressure from the campaigns, but do you feel pressure on your shoulders?
Well, yes, because we want to make sure all the votes count, and it's pressure because this is an important election. All presidential elections are important, but I think there's been a lot of focus this year on this presidential election, and we've been preparing for months, so yes, it's a lot of pressure.
The Trump campaign is filed suit saying that it wants Georgia to not count absentee ballots after the deadline, which was 7 o'clock last night, alleging that in Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is, which, by the way, is one of the most beautiful cities in the United States. Rome is nice, but Savannah is beautiful. Alleging that that county took at least 50 ballots that came too late and put them in a pile of ballots that are allowed. What do you think about that? I think it's the state of Georgia.
Well, as long as the ballots came in before 7 o'clock, all those ballots should be counted. We had somebody at all of our ballot drop boxes except they locked them right at 7, and we accepted all the ballots that we received in the mail through 7 p.m. And that's the way it should work. All the votes that are cast by 7 need to be counted.
All these votes that we're seeing, and we're seeing lots of ballots. These are all, do you know for sure they're all legal?
Yes, they are all legal.
By the way, this may sound like a silly question, but I think it's an important question. There isn't someone here who takes a pile of ballots they don't like, puts them in their pocket, walks home with them, and never gets them.
We have chain of custody. Everything that comes in is with chain of custody form through a whole process of being opened and cut over to the flattener and then over to the scanner, so we can balance that.
The final question for you, Rich. Just because the state, you must be very proud.
Oh, I'm very proud. My staff's been working long hours for many months since before the June election. The COVID outbreak of 25 people a couple weeks ago, so we've been impacted hard.
Richard Barron, thank you for joining us. You're welcome. Well, if I could tell you there's at least 60,000 votes in the Atlanta area, including here, that still haven't been counted. Back to you.
Well, we'll wait for them to be counted, and then we'll report the news, as we always do. Please thank Mr. Barron. All of us, we're waiting for more votes to come in from Arizona and Georgia. We'll also speak with a former presidential candidate, and we'll discuss how close this race is. We'll be
20 months ago, the doctor said her husband is having a stroke. He's not going to be able to take care of himself, and he's not. Thanks to technology, he is so much more confident. You can tell such a difference. He has either tried Samsung gem studies, give us hope and make mobility part of your everyday, and to walk independently, never give up.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
تحيات معه الأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا السماء.
If we could introduce ourselves to an alien life form, what would we say?
Hello from planet Earth. Здравствуйте, приветствую вас.
What you're doing is something important. You are trying to make contact with your civilization. Let's carry a copper phonograph record. A message. We're celebrating the sights and sounds of Earth.
I was looking for images for 100 different topics. Agriculture, families, science, medicine. Sports was only one, but if you were to choose one sporting event that was perhaps most representative of humanity, it would be the Olympics. And if you were to choose one athletic that was basic to all sports, running.
And what if the athletes chosen to represent humanity were never told? And they didn't learn the truth until decades later. This will outlive our planet. I just wonder how you feel about it.
It's just not something that you can let your mind go, but your heart can and your imagination can.
I would say that actually work is what's the future. Work from home is what is to sustain us and what allows us to get through this very difficult, disruptive time. When you look at work from work, team building, project development, and execution, how do you develop culture? How do you have that hallway validation? You go to a meeting, what way to the meeting or way from the meeting is very different from you click on and off on Zoom. And I do think that people want to be at work. These young kids want to be at work. You've got people whose lives have been altered not just by going to work or going to school, but they don't want to get killed. You know, they don't want to get sick. So in this interim period, I think that work from home will allow us to continue. Work from work will allow us to move forward.
It's a mess. Welcome back to Election Night in America continued. Joining us now, former presidential candidate, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on Minnesota going blue, which I know you wanted it to, and it was there was a lot more drama for years. Can you talk to the former Vice President, Joe Biden? How are you feeling about the results so far?
I haven't talked to him directly. I think he should be focused. He is focused, and that is on being calm. I think the fact that he has addressed the nation now twice, and I think it gives you some idea of how he's going to govern. He's very clear he wants all the votes counted, yes, but that his demeanor is going to be really important as we go forward. So I feel good about Arizona, the fact that this was a state that the president spent years going after their favorite son, as Dana just pointed out, about John McCain, the repercussions of that, and Cindy going all over the country helping Joe Biden. The fact that in Pennsylvania, votes in the suburban area of Philadelphia and Philadelphia are still outstanding. We feel good about that. And then Georgia, and one of the points that I want to make is these are local election officials just doing their jobs right now. You can see them, it's transparent. And in Georgia, you've got a Republican Secretary of State, Donald Trump, going after them for still counting ballots. Give me a break. You've got Democratic and Republicans just doing their job. Let them be, let them do their job. And I think it contributes to this idea that this is democracy in action, and we've got to allow the votes to be counted.
A few recounts in Minnesota, if I recall correctly. Overall, these election results, were not the large repudiation of President Trump the Democrats were hoping for. I know we're still waiting on final results, but that must be disappointing considering that so many Democrats thought that this was going to be a landslide victory for Joe Biden and that Republicans were going to lose control of the Senate and on and on. Joe Biden may well win, but it isn't the repudiation you were hoping for.
Look, you always want to win big and you want to win every single seat. We know it's hard, especially when you've had some seats that we have lost with such good, great, amazing candidates and elected officials like my friend Doug Jones that I say, so many people. But that being said, what matters here, oxygen on the White House first, is that we win the White House. And to me, it looks like that is a direction that we are headed. And given that we didn't win every seat that we wanted, I actually can't think of a better president than Joe Biden. He's someone that can work with people regardless of where they come from and what their political view is. And I'm going to deal with all that after all the results are, because there's still a lot of seats outstanding. So I think tonight our focus should continue to be on the numbers that we're seeing coming in on the presidency. That's all Donald Trump is doing, and I think we have to be laser focused on that right now. But when and if Joe Biden wins, and I have every reason to believe he will, be effective at working with Congress.
What happened in the Democrats' attempt to take the Senate? Susan Collins was reelected in Maine, Joni Ernst did in Iowa, Daines in Montana, Tillis in North Carolina. I mean, with the exception of Arizona, it's really not a good night in terms of, or a good result for Democrats.
It was a really tough map, and every single person, any expert on this would say that from the get-go. So many Republican states, so many heavy Trump states, including some of the districts, where, of course, Nancy Pelosi will still be the speaker, but there were some losses there as well, and a lot of it had to do with that. I will note, we are in the Senate races. Mark Kelly, tremendous candidate, winning in what's considered a red state, soon to be turned blue, of Arizona, and also Looper winning in Colorado. So, and the results are still out in Georgia, where we are certain to have one runoff, if not two.
Before you go, your husband John had coronavirus. Has he fully recovered? Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he is doing great, except maybe he's watching your station.
No such thing.
He may be watching right now because he has become an expert on every single ballot issue, and so I've had to urge, walks, because I think just he is like everyone else. I think when he personally had to experience this, you really want a president in there that's going to get us through the other end, have a plan, because he doesn't want to have it happen to people like what happened to him. He made it through, but he got really, really sick and was in the hospital. And so many Americans, as we speak, watching this right now, who are sick or worried that someone they love is going to die, and I think it just makes this even more important as we go 2 days. And we just ask people to be patient. We always knew this, Jake. I put out a report with Bernie and a few other senators about 10 days before. We knew that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin count late. They start the day of the election, and we knew there'd be some close states. And the important thing is to patience of Joe Biden and get through it instead of acting like Donald Trump. And I think we're doing the right thing here.
I do have time for one more question. I just want to ask, when you look at the exit polls and you look at how close this election continues to be, with neither Biden nor Trump having secured enough votes, do you think your party needs to work on connecting to the working class in a way that you maintained during the primary important for your party? I mean, obviously, Joe Biden isn't necessarily having as much of a problem as some of your other House and Senate candidates. And I'm wondering if you think that reckoning needs to happen with the Democratic Party and the Democratic leadership.
Well, I'm not ready to comment on exactly what happens here when you look at some of these Senate and House. Start out with the fact that these were in states like Alaska and in Montana where you had significant Trump vote. That being said, so much of this is going to depend on the economic agenda and what we can get done with Joe Biden working with the House, working with the Democrats in the Senate, and then in his being able to work with some of the Republicans, something that I've done throughout my career in the Senate. We're going to have to come up with some way to work with, no doubt about that. But let me be clear, there are so many people suffering economically right now, and the problems we had before the pandemic, problems with paying off student loans, people to get training, hard for people to be able to get child care. All of those remain unsolved for so many Americans. So we have to get to work. And enough of garbage of just the constant Republican attacks on everything we want to do. I think the American people are not going to stomach it anymore. And Joe Biden's victories in these states, what I think about to happen in Arizona and Georgia and Pennsylvania and the entire upper Midwest, it's a message to them, PJ. That's a message to them.
Okay, Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Thank God for that. We're standing by for a new number. For more states where the vote is very close, stay with us. Our special coverage continues next.
America to the New Delhi. It's CNN.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch it every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live. Or anytime on demand, and to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. I'll see you then.
With this idea of herd immunity, this is a phrase that's used when you use vaccination. When you vaccinate a certain amount of the population to protect the rest of the population that isn't able to get that vaccine. Herd immunity as an approach by letting the virus circulate is dangerous. Unnecessary cases and it leads to unnecessary deaths. Our Director General and many of us have been speaking about this, that this is not a strategy for this virus. There is no all on how the actions and the interventions need to be used. But there are a series of tools that we have that everyone is using. Even Sweden is using in distancing across Europe, across the United States. What we need to make sure is that not only do governments have clear, strong approaches, but that individuals are empowered, are educated, and enabled to actually carry out many of these actions.
On the next vital sign, to explore the world of venom, derived medicine. We have hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary information in this tube.
See how the newest innovations are coming from the oldest sources. A fascinating group of researchers and scientists in search of nature's deadliest creatures.
It doesn't matter whether you're a big fan of snakes or not, they actually may save your life.
Vital Saturday on CNN.
is the 100 Club, our look at companies that are 100 years old or older. Across the lush bluegrass path, through storm-bedded forests of central Kentucky, one man reigns supreme.
It's almost like a pilgrimage for some folks who are very loyal fans, come from all over the world to see where the Jim Beam bourbon's made.
Joe is master distiller. For him, bourbon is a family business,
And the bloodlines trace all the way back to 1795 when Jacob Bean's first barrel.
You know, Jacob Bean started off making
esta vida. Para empezar, mi
Bourbon is valued 8.5 billion
dale bien el acento español.
in the U.S. state of Kentucky.
Dime lo que te bien el acento
95%
español.
of the world's bourbon is made.
No sé por qué, pero me da náuseas ver esto. ¿Qué cosas? Chúpame el pie, vamos a calentarlo. Like si respiras, chido video. Necesitas. Like si respiras, chido video. Necesitas probar una perra.
Ese comentario. Chido video. No, quiero que me haga el video chido. Oye, mira.
No, está bien, chido video. Yo también pensé eso, que era al revés. Chúpame el pie. Necesitas probar una perla. Chúpame el pie. Vamos a calmar. Necesitas probar una perla. Chúpame el pie. Vamos a calmar. Respirar,
Biden maintains a lead of nearly 80,000 votes right now in Arizona, 50% to 47.9%. In Nevada, 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by only by about 7,600 votes, 0.3% to 48.7%. Look at Georgia right now, how that gap has narrowed. 95% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in ahead, but only by 37,000 votes or so, 49.8% to 49%. That lead that the president has over Biden in Georgia has over these past few hours. Let's go over to David Kelly right now. We're taking a closer look at Pennsylvania right now, David, as well.
That third piece of the blue wall that Joe Biden's trying. Take a look at the state of play. Donald Trump with 50.8%. Joe Biden trailing at 47.9%. That's with 88% of the estimated vote. A lead for Donald Trump of 186,755 votes. Now here is what we know about the outstanding vote. Those not yet been counted. We expect that to be about 800,000 uncounted votes. Our rough sort of back of the envelope estimate, not a precise number, about the universe of uncounted votes. So then we calculate what does each candidate need in order to win the state of Pennsylvania. Well, take a look here. Joe Biden needs between 1 and 63% of those 800,000 uncounted votes to overtake Donald Trump's lead and win the state of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump about 36 to 38% of those uncounted votes to hang on to his lead and keep Pennsylvania red. Here's an important thing to understand, though. That 63%, that is not out of reach for Joe Biden. The bulk of the votes coming in today, mail votes from Democratic areas, they're going like percent to 22% Biden to Trump. He's been getting really big margins in the vote that has been coming in today. And so it's and overtake Donald Trump, but we have to count these 800,000 votes. It's a lot of votes. Donald Trump needs a lower onto it, so we'll just have to count them and see what's happening in Pennsylvania as the count goes on.
We'll watch it very closely together with you. John King is with us. You know, it's interesting. You got the popular vote by now by 3.5 million votes on a popular vote nationwide.
It's amazing in the sense that Hillary Clinton won the popular vote 4 years ago. We know Donald Trump won the Electoral College. We're waiting tonight. More votes. Joe Biden has the chance. If he can get Arizona and Nevada, if he holds his leads there, he would get 270 and he'd be president-elect of the United States. But the president, who is losing the country, still in the hunt if the late states break his way. You'd have to say, you know, trend lines are pointing Biden's way right now, but we are not done because we have votes to count. And so when you just went through, you heard David goes through those states are a little bit different. If you look at Georgia right now, and you're the Biden campaign,
yo, what's good?
37,000 leads.
I know that's fucking boring.
Lead for President Trump.
Oh my God.
372,000 at midnight. So you go back, you know, 11 hours ago, 10, 11 hours ago, that was 10 times that number. 10 times that number. So the trend line is going in Biden's direction, and as David noted, and Gary Tucker was down at this noted, many of the votes to still be counted are here in suburban Atlanta, and you see, this is Atlanta County. You see how well Joe Biden is doing. This is DeKalb County. You see how well Joe Biden is doing. So they're continuing to count votes there, and you say, okay, you know, if Joe Biden had down again, behind 372,000 at midnight last night, you have a shot as they continue to count there. If you go west, Arizona, this would be a, Joe Biden could win Arizona, that would be a flip. It was a Trump state in 2016. You have to go back to Bill Clinton in the 1990s for a Democrat to carry this. You see right now, 50.1 to 48, if you round them up. But that Joe Biden lead, just shy of 80,000 votes, 79,000 votes. Wolf, that was 207,000 at midnight last night. So lead in Arizona last night, it is shrinking as we continue to count the votes there. Trump had a big lead in Georgia last night, it is shrinking. And so the dynamics in the end here, tension in both, as they watch this count out, when you look here, this is where the last piece of votes came in. The last time we did get an installment of votes, it was from Maricopa. That helped the president narrow the gap. So the question as these come in, do the next batch of votes from Maricopa, does Joe Biden do better and he did pull away a little bit more, or does the president continue to narrow that gap? It's just a fascinating dynamic. In Arizona, obviously critical here. We're still waiting to see if Clark County, this has been, again, it's frustrating for people at home. Some of this can feel like Groundhog Day, these states, and you're trying to figure out who's going to win the presidency. Arizona could decide it along with Nevada, and we've been waiting all day. It's been the same total. Clark County officials, Clark County is here, the largest county in the state. They have said perhaps we'll get some new votes tonight, more votes tonight. Perhaps we have to wait till the morning. But again, you're looking, this is Clark County, percent to 45%. You pull out here, 7,647 votes. We know there are still votes to be counted, so obviously we need to watch this as well. And again, it's been hours total there, so that gets a little frustrating.
Do you have any idea what's taking them so long to come up with some more numbers?
What they have said is that several of the county, or Erica Hill is out there, several of the, that they have those numbers, but they're deferring to the Secretary of State, whose policy appears to be trying to do it all at once. It's a great question. And again, look, this is like no other. All of these officials are doing it in different ways. They're under enormous pressure. Charge Arthur Watts going to be skeptical to ask them questions. We should also give them some grace. But at this time now, come over here and look at it. This is why there's so much pressure on these officials. And you can understand why people watching at home, people involved in the campaigns, people in our business want to know the answers. Now, since the big news of the day, it's been a long day, that Michigan and Wisconsin projected for Joe Biden. Remember, those are two of the three states, along with Pennsylvania, that made Donald Trump. That he was in the White House. These were Democratic states all the way back to 1992. Trump took them. Biden takes this one back and this one back, which gets you to the math right here. 253, which means, again, that Joe Biden can do, he's leading here and leading here. He holds those, he's the president-elect of the United States, no matter what happens in these other states. This will change, but he will be at the finish line. That's game over. So you can understand the pressure and why people want to know. Can we speed up the count here? Can we get it? But again, we're in the pandemic election like no other. In Nevada, these are mail ballots. They're counting them. We just have to be patient and wait. Doesn't mean you don't check in all the time and see. But there's, you know, when you haven't updated your vote total, there's, you know, understandably, people are saying it would be nice to know what the trend line is in the state of Nevada. Now, again, if Joe Biden wins them, that's game over. Just want to come back so people don't get there yet, because we're not. And this would be a huge cushion. If for some reason, you know, if Biden can come back here and then hold here, then he has narrowed the lead somewhat in Arizona. This one's close as well. But Biden would only have to win one of these two if he somehow could pull ahead in Georgia as well, which is why, again, the chess game here in these states, especially you have a sense that, you know, the Trump lead is shrinking here, they're still counting votes. The Trump lead is shrinking here, they're still counting votes. The Biden lead is shrinking here, counting votes, and we've just been waiting. We've been static and stuck in Nevada all day.
You make a really good point. If he only got 270, that's what we need to be elected president of the United States. But suddenly, there would be an incentive for the Trump campaign to file all sorts of legal issues to try to reverse that. If you got 280 or 290, that legal challenge goes down.
All right, so let's play that out a little bit. Let's just say Joe Biden gets the minimum. He holds his lead in Nevada and Arizona. And let's say the President of the United States holds his North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Let's say the President of the United States picks up Maine and Nebraska, allocate electoral college votes by congressional districts. Let's say the President gets that, and the President the last bit there. So then you're at 270 to 278, which is obviously 268. I'm sorry, 270 to 268. And so we've already heard from the Trump campaign, you know, here, well, they would drop that if they get it, obviously, so you're not going to go here. But so they've already said we want to recount here. We know that they're looking here, so we know that they have their eyes out here. And 270 to 268, the challenge then would be, do you pick one, do you pick two? Remember Bush v. Gore, they decided to fight over Florida. There was thought of going to Wisconsin. There were thoughts to look it up, decided to fight over one state so they could have consistency in the argument, knowing it would go up through the federal courts. So you didn't want to be arguing one point in one state, another point in another state, and have those collide. The appellate process. So, but if you have 270, 268, and you're the President of the United States, and you're meeting with your legal team, you're looking, where do we have the best legal case, and we flip one. If else turns true, and we get a dynamic where Joe Biden can come back and do that, and if Joe Biden could come back, that would be a statement there, then you're in a very different dynamic. Number one, more, so you'd have to win a number of states, and number two, then even though this president is his own person, he makes his own decisions, he defies his party, and he defies the elders at the time, because it's his party, it's not their party anymore, it's his party. There would be a ton of pressure on the president if you get anywhere close to that, to say, one state's not going to do it, sir. This is America, we've counted the votes. But we're not there yet, we're not there yet. These dynamics are things we need to think about. The president's behavior last night makes you think about it, because he's clearly in a very combative mood. Colin saying he's calling these governors in these states, and the Republican governors, saying, what can you do? Can you fix the count? You know, I don't mean fix in a legal way. You know, is there a way that things can change right there? He's agitated, we'll have to see.
And, you know, it's interesting, even as we're speaking, Georgia, go back to Georgia for a moment. The count has narrowed once again. Trump's lead has gone this now. He's 33,300 votes ahead of Biden. And remind those viewers where it was 24 hours.
Okay, so we can go back and show you this. And we got for you. We go back to midnight. Look at that. Look at it. It's just stunning what has happened. Do it again.
Just tell our viewers.
372,400 at midnight. And many of you at home are asking for that. Then overnight, 1 a.m., it drops to 249,497. We continue to count overnight at 218,000 and change. By 4 a.m., we're down a little bit more, 117,000. And then as the count continues through the day, 10 a.m., we get to 103,000. And 9 o'clock tonight, we see it down to 39,000. And then we pop out to where we are now, and it's 33,000. So that has been a steady trend as they count the votes. So campaign headquarters, you're saying, what's still out? Which counties have not finished the count? You're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're saying, please, finish the count, get to 100, because this trend is not. Fulton County, it's the largest county, it's Atlanta, and the suburbs are right there, as you can see, heavily Democratic votes. Joe Biden is running it up, and he's running it up even more than the county today. We know Democrats decided to vote more by mail because of the pandemic, so you see Fulton County, Joe Biden's getting 72%, and they still have votes to count too. He's right there keeping an eye on it. DeKalb County is even more lopsided to Joe Biden, 83%, and they still have 10% of the ballots to count. So we know there are more ballots here. Here to Gwinnett, they're up to 95, so they're almost done, but you're still counting ballots. And look at the vote total in Gwinnett County. So this is, we're talking about very populated suburbs outside of Atlanta here. Percent has a way to go. Another place we know was voting Democratic is over here, 87%. Chatham County, again, Joe Biden getting 57% here. He needs that in the average, but there's more votes possibility here as we count. And so that's the issue right now. The president's lead, again, down to 302,000 when we switched from Tuesday to Wednesday morning back at midnight. So the trend line has been against the president all day long. That doesn't mean Joe Biden gets there at the finish line, but right now you're looking at Metro Atlanta. I just want to check down here, Columbus as well. Some more votes here as well in a place where a Democrat, again, you can tell by the numbers, it's not as big. It's not as big a popular, but 89%, so they're still counting votes here. Let's just come across in the blue as we look. 92% here, much smaller. You see the vote totals here. So the bulk of these votes, the bulk of the in suburban Atlanta, and you're looking around saying, are there places where the president can get, make up some big ground? Most of this is typical all across America, and it's a tribute to President Trump in these small rural counties, but there's just not the math. He's 71% here, so they're still counting votes in Dodge County. The issue is you're going to pick up maybe a few hundred, which helps, which makes every vote count. And so that, but the bulk of this is going to happen right here in Metro Atlanta, and we'll keep counting.
33,300, and most of the votes that are coming now are the mail-in ballot. the day of ballots. Take a look at this. I want to show our viewers how tight some of these remaining contests are right now. In Nevada, the vice is ahead by 7,647. In Georgia right now, Trump is ahead by 33,300, as we've been pointing out. In North Carolina, he's ahead by 1,737. In Arizona, Biden is ahead by 79,173. In Pennsylvania, right now, the president is ahead by 156,755. John, you know, we've covered a lot of these contests over the years. Night two, this is not night one, this is night two. We've got these races so now. It's pretty unusual.
Oh, it's highly unusual because we have two dynamics at play all at once. This is the collision of the campaign and the coronavirus. Again, we had a record-setting day in terms of the new infections. We're not talking about that as much today, but we're talking about this, counting the votes. But because of the pandemic, number one, this is an evenly divided country. I mean, look at this. They're 50 to 48. He won. The good thing about this election, no matter who you voted for, is turnout is up. Participation, even in the middle of the pandemic, more people voted. 71 million votes for Joe Biden. 67.9, nearly 68 million votes for President Trump. Let's just go back in time and look. Hillary Clinton carried the popular vote. President Trump won the election because the electoral college was 68 to 62. So both of these candidates getting huge numbers. Donald Trump's number is now past where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago, and yet it is not enough to win the popular vote. So, we have an evenly divided country that's fighting this out, and you see this. You see this as you play it out. And then we have the voting. It's so unusual. Normally, states can count faster. States will count the votes faster, but they have three. Most of the states have three different things they're dealing with. People who voted by mail in some states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, did not have a lot of experience. Mail-in ballots. It was mostly a vote on election day state. So you have all these mail-in ballots, and in some states, millions of them. And you have people who stood in line to vote early for election day. They have to count those ballots. And then you have the people who showed up yesterday, traditional election day, day of voters, at polling centers where people had to be socially distanced, where the had to be spread out, where people are wearing masks and they're trying to do their best to keep people safe. So because of that, you heard the Fulton County election director with Gary a short time ago. They had 25 people on his staff COVID. So in the middle of this pandemic, the heroes are these election workers all around the country and the American people who voted in just remarkable numbers. And because of the things, it's taking longer to count the votes.
Let's check in with Jim Acosta, our chief White House correspondent right now. What are you hearing from inside the White House, inside the Trump campaign?
Well, right now, they are really focused on Arizona and Georgia. Right now, the feeling is inside the Trump campaign, and this may be just thinking at this point, but they're looking at the numbers as John King is looking at the numbers. They believe they can claw back Arizona. I know we haven't called it, but other outlets have called it. They can claw back Arizona, put that in the Trump column, and then perhaps they're back in business. Now, obviously, we're waiting for those results to come in, but they believe that those late returns actually could put Arizona back in the president's column. Now, as for Georgia, I talked to a Trump advisor about this just a short time ago, and this advisor said Georgia is a big deal. Georgia is going to separate, and this advisor just said this a few moments ago, Georgia is going to be the difference between the White House and the outhouse for Donald Trump. He has to win Georgia. If the president does not win Georgia, this election is over for President Trump, in the words of this Trump campaign advisor. And I talked to a separate GOP official close to the campaign wall, said there is a feeling of resignation building inside the Trump campaign and inside Team Trump, that perhaps this election is slipping away. They just don't did it at this point. They don't want to accept defeat, in the words of this GOP official. So, Wolf, they're basically putting all their eggs in Arizona. At this point, they have to claw back Arizona to stay in business, and then Georgia is just make or break. If Georgia slips away, not only are they going to be they believe that is essentially the end of the road for President Trump, and then he will no longer be president of the United States come January. Joe Biden will win this race, in the words of this Trump advisor. As this advisor said, the difference between the White House and the outhouse for Donald Trump.
You know, it's been pretty extraordinary today, Jim, seeing the president come before the cameras today. The whole day's treated a little bit, not much, he's treated a little bit. Why haven't we seen him? We know that Biden went out and made a to the American people. Why hasn't the president?
Well, you know, he has been in his social media bunker all day long. He's been tweeting out all kinds of things, all sorts of misinformation. Haven't been putting a lot of that out there because it is just misleading and false in many cases, and so we're just not going to put it out there. I will tell you, talking to this Trump advisor I was just speaking, who has been in touch with the president, at different points throughout the day, this advisor says, while the president understands how serious the situation is, how much is in right now, that he is focused on winning, that he is talking to his lawyers, he's talking to campaign officials, he's talking to relatives, trying to figure out some way of this back. Looking at the numbers right now, he knows Joe Biden is in the driver's seat, but as you know, Wolf, the president has defied gravity before. He did this 4 years ago for belief, it may be a fleeting belief inside the Trump campaign that somehow they can eke this out, but they need to claw back a state that's already been called by other news outlets. That would be remarkable for the president to pull that off. And at the same time, they are just so nervous about Georgia. They did not see this coming. They did not expect this to happen. They thought Joe was doing very well in Georgia, but they did not think that the election would potentially come down to Georgia. Wolf.
Yeah, 24 hours ago, he was doing great. He was up by about 350 votes, and now it's, 33,000 votes, if that. All right, stand by, Jim. Let's talk a little bit, John, about Arizona first. The president thinks he can claw it back. Is that wishful thinking on his part?
Well, let me take issue with the terminology. And it's interesting when you listen to Jim describe the mindset and the words they use, claw it back. Last night the president said, I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. That's how the president thinks. He cannot claw it back. They're counting votes. He can win. They can count votes. State of Arizona. The president can't do anything about that. Now that we have the people whose job it is, whose public servants, they're counting votes. Can it get there? Absolutely. Because as we said, Joe Biden's lead for 200,000 at midnight last night. It's down to 79,000 right now. Most of the votes that are out are going to come from here. But we'll see. The last time we got votes from Maricopa County, it actually narrowed Biden's lead. Biden's still winning Maricopa County, but by small. The president's catching up. He's narrowed the lead there. So then you come down to Phoenix, from Secretary of State a couple hours ago. There's more votes down here, and again, Joe Biden's winning 60%. The question is, in the two population centers, Maricopa and Phoenix, when the rest come in, Joe Biden needs to run up the score. He needs to run up the score because you do have these they're smaller, but you have these rural counties where the president's winning. And so 87%. These votes are going to come in. Again, we don't know. They could be all Democratic mail-in ballots, but the odds tell you the president's been carrying these counties. So when you go around the rest of the state, these are smaller counties. You're not vote counts like you do in the other counties, but again, the president's getting 66% of the vote here. The president's getting 52% of the vote here. We move over here, 74% of the vote in Mojave County, and you see 82%. So again, you see, look at the number here, 69,000, nowhere near what you get when you come down into Maricopa and Phoenix. But when you piece it together, that is how the president wins in state. He loses the cities, he loses the close-in suburbs. The issue in Arizona, there's not as many places, there's not as many people. Most of the people live here and here. And here, the Democratic county up here, where Joe Biden is doing quite well, and they have votes to count. So, the map, and it speaks for itself. Joe Biden could get more votes here, we assume, but Maricopa County is complicated. Remember, if you go back in time, 4 years ago, the president, so it's a little more complicated. You see it blue right now, you just think this is not Philadelphia. When we go to Pennsylvania, you look at Philadelphia, Joe Biden's going to get more votes because they count votes in Philadelphia. This is more complicated. It is trending Democratic. That's why Joe Biden is leading it right now. But there are plenty of Republicans in Maricopa County. That's why the last time Kyung gave us those votes, the president narrowed Joe. So this is most of the ball game, but there are more votes out in these rural counties. So it'll be critical tonight when the votes come in here. Can the president claw it back? It's just a language. Insults the integrity of the process. I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. He's calling Republican governors, and he's angry. This is one of the challenges for the president when Jim was mentioning that, because he's talking about where Joe Biden is coming back right now. We don't know if he's going to get to the finish line. We're talking about Arizona, where Biden leads, although that lead has been shrinking. The Trump campaign should just be staying calm, people on the ground to watch what's happening. However, you have a Republican president. He's been beating up the Democratic governors repeatedly, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He beats them. It's a much more difficult case to call the conservative Trump-like Republican governor of Georgia, the conservative Republican governor of Arizona, to tell them you doubt the integrity of the process. They're not going to stand for it because they're going to run for re-election someday, and they have to defend their state even against the president. So this gets interesting if Georgia comes. where the president doesn't like what's happening in Arizona, he reflexively attacks the Democratic government. Watch to see if he wants to go after two Republicans who have been Trump allies.
Because you heard Jim Acosta say the president is freaking out about Georgia right now, that if he loses Georgia, it's over as far as he's concerned.
But he should be concerned about Georgia. You know, if it's personal, one of the things we should give all politicians grace, and the people who don't like the president out there are going to beat me up for this, it's stressful. It's stressful office, whether you're running for mayor or running for president. And so here you are at this point. Imagine Joe Biden and Donald Trump tonight, and I'm sorry for the Democrats out there going to say I'm being kind to the president. The president said some horrible things, saying as a human being, he's watching these vote counts come in, and again, you were ahead by 372,000 votes at midnight last night. You thought you had this. They're still counting votes. And that's why, again, the president's words about this are reckless. This is a democracy. We count votes. We don't stop on election night. We count until we're done. Yes, he should be nervous about Georgia, absolutely. And that's why he has been on the phone all day. The question is, the ballots have been cast. They're sitting in secure location. Those are counting them. He can't fraud his way back. He can watch, see what happens, and yes, have his people on the ground have eyeballs on all of this, just like the Biden campaign does. People will count more votes tonight, and we'll have a better picture.
When he sees that number that Biden has 3.5 million more popular votes, then we know how the president looks at these kinds of numbers. The race for the White House is a handful of battleground states. Election night in America continues after this.
This is more people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
On the next Vital Signs, we're exploring the world of venom and toxin-derived medicine.
We have years of evolutionary information in this tube.
See how the newest innovations are coming from the oldest sources. Meet a fascinating group of researchers and scientists of nature's deadliest creatures.
It doesn't matter whether you're a big fan of snakes or not, they actually may save your life. Vital Signs, Saturday on CNN.
Do what you can with what you have and do as much of it as you can. I'm very lucky to have a platform to get to play for the United States and to be able to take on some of these issues. So I personally find it interesting, and this is the stuff that I like to do and talk about. I think that we can live in a more fair and equitable society. I think that we can have a better life. And I think we don't have to live, particularly with what's happening right now. I don't think we have to live in this world. I think it can be better. For me, I try to use all of the resources or platform or microphone if it's given to me to do what I can to make the world a better place.
A mask can say a lot about the person who wears it. About the person who doesn't.
tomorrow. We expect to have more. Nevada right now, Joe Biden's at 2,647. In Georgia, the president is ahead by 33,300. But that lead has been narrowing. In North Carolina, 76,737. Arizona, 79,173. Joe Biden is ahead of that. Lead has also been narrowing over the course of the and Pennsylvania, 184,397. A lot of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. Back now with our team. Let's look at Arizona. Anywhere from 600 to 650,000 votes outstanding there were. We got a dump of 80,000 votes in Maricopa County, which did sort of...
I think, and I think Rick would say this as well, they hit right on the nose the number that they think they need, but they need to continue it and hope that they 59, and there are, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. I'm sure they're going to watch this next tranche with interest, but
there are enough.
Sides, but you talk to people on both sides, and they expect this thing will narrow.
There are enough uncounted votes in Arizona that it could go to President Trump.
And the first tranche kept hope alive for the Trump campaign, and we're again, you're encouraging signs of it. They can pull out. Same thing with Nevada. The votes in Nevada are recently dropped off votes, just like in
the lead in Nevada for Joe is 7,000.
I mean, it's been, and again, going back to sort of the Nevada issue, because these are recently dropped off votes. The big issue at the time that Biden in Nevada was Biden's going to close the economy.
Yeah.
See what the Europeans are doing. See what folks like Biden are doing.
Which in
Europe,
in Las Vegas, obviously,
Las
is a
Vegas.
huge issue.
I mean, it's this devastating the economy for blue collar workers in Nevada. So the fact that these are recent votes, this was a big issue at the time. Am I making the case for Donald Trump? Yes, I am, but I think it's also a legitimate case to make.
Maybe one place in the country, and I think we were talking about this last night, COVID could actually work against Joe Biden because we keep, I mean, so here's on tourism is down there, and however, you do have an increase in Latino voting, and you'll have to see how that plays out. The Democrats, I don't have to tell them, very disappointed about Latino turnout, but they're hoping that that will help them here. But again, all of these numbers are quite dynamic, and all everybody look at and say, okay, these are my voters because they voted, they voted late. They must be Democrat. They must be Republican. That's not true.
Yeah, and the reason this is all, it's weird. This is weird. We're talking about Arizona, and we never had a situation where it could go this way, and so it is conceivable a bunch of people who, last time when you had Hillary Clinton, we assumed we're going to have a referendum on Donald Trump's. That was the entire view of the mainstream media. But for some people, this referendum on Hillary Clinton's perceived elitism. I think that our view had been it's going to be a referendum of a public health disaster mismanaged by Donald Trump. For some people, it's going to be a referendum on the lockdown. Yep. And that's what you got. If you got a bunch of people who voted late and they're voting a thumbs down on lockdown politics, you can have a big surprise tonight in Arizona.
We saw that in the exit polls.
And Nevada.
Yeah. In the early exit polls that we started looking at last night and tonight, you saw that stark difference between, the Trump voters think that it's the lockdown, the economy, and the Biden voters think it's COVID. And
yeah, I mean, so just to be clear, if the president wins Arizona, then it's Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah, you can't have to hang on to Georgia. Here's the thing. I mean, I think we don't know what's going to happen. And, after a while, all the speculation doesn't mean anything because this vote is coming inexorably and we're going to know. But you do have a sense listening to the reporting from tonight and just thinking about what's going on here of a campaign and a president that's sort of in a bunker right now because they're fighting on all these different fronts. Everything to kind of fall into place. Joe Biden it seems to be on a march in Pennsylvania. If he gets that piece, it's over.
I mean, Georgia. It's full march in Georgia.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's so many different ways he could end this thing because he has 258 electoral votes right now. Trump is sitting at 213, and he'll get North Carolina because Alaska's hanging out. But there are big pieces that he has to have, and a lot of things aren't going his way right now.
And then you have a president phone, according to Caitlin Collins, on the phone, talking to the governor of Arizona, the governor of Georgia, UC and Kent, and complaining as things aren't going the way he wants because he has to blame them. Now, you've always said, Rick, that sometimes the president gets in his own way, can be his worst enemy, etc. He cannot acknowledge that perhaps some of this may be his fault. And these people work really hard for him, no matter what.
One thing I think we're acknowledging enough. The system is working. All these places, you got Democrats and Republicans standing tonight, shoulder to shoulder, counting ballots. There's not this fight. And yeah, some people trying to get in and say stop the vote. Take those people away. 99% of people in this country who work their butts off against each other are in rooms right now helping each other make the count go down. That's a healthy democracy at work. If it takes them a couple more days, I think it's important to point that stuff out. Also, some good stuff has happened, which we haven't talked about. I just want to say, we got the first female mayor in Miami. We got the first trans state senator where we got 2 openly gay black congressmen, male congressmen. We got the first formerly incarcerated state senator in Washington. So America, the democracy to move and to grow, and good stuff is going on.
You also have a big growth of Republican women serving in Congress.
No, look, I think it was a good Republicans. You're right, and there's still a bunch of races out there for Republicans that they can pick up. If we can pick up maybe as many as 8 to 10 seats in the House of Representatives, no one was predicting that coming into this.
So that's bad news. That's bad news.
And you know, the 2 interesting things is Georgia could, Armageddon for the United States Senate come bringing us because it looks like David Perdue, who's with 50% right now, if he drops below 50%, and given what we're hearing from John King and the outstanding ballots being primarily from the Purdue's going to drop below 50%, which means it'll be a runoff, and there already is a runoff,
Two
special
runoffs.
for John
These
Isaac.
4 people in Georgia who thought their television sets back.
No way. It's gonna be it'll be the war to settle the
Think of the money that
wall-to-wall ads.
Yeah. Think of the money that was spent just north of there on Jamie Harrison. You know, what, $75 million or something.
Oh, more.
There will be. They probably can't spend $100 million in 2 months, but the
reason why is because you're going to determine whether or not Joe Biden can govern. That's for us. In other words, you get those 2 senators, Joe Biden has a shot to actually govern. Otherwise, we're handing the man an airplane that he can't fly because the fear is that the Republican Senate will just not go up. We're going to be in a mess.
Well, I see that from your point of view. I think Joe Biden should become president. We'll be able to govern no matter what. Because he doesn't down with the fighting with his Democratic Party. What he would be able to do is say, and I think we're talking about this earlier, is say, this is the doable. This is what I can get done. Let's be pragmatic. I mean, we've heard about it forever during this campaign. I work on both sides of the aisle.
He wants to do it.
So in a way, I don't want to be too Pollyannish here at all because I don't know whether Republicans would want to work with him given the polarized country we live in. There might be places that he'd be able to do it, and so it could work either way.
The one place that I think he should be concerned about with the Republican majority, and I have some experience with this, having been with Obama, is he needs to get an economic program and another recovery group. There's been stumbling on the stimulus program. There's a great deal of need. The economy is going to need to be jump-started. And, you know, if Mitch McConnell, who seasonal budget hawk, decides that he is once again concerned about spending and says, no, we're not going to go that way, and hobbles his ability to up on the gas here and restore the economy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. I guess.
Let's get out to the race.
What about 2024?
So, another grouping for songs, which is what's moving. It's like Hunter Down. So we're the only use tonight from Arizona tonight. Will that give, and Georgia as well, will that tranche in Arizona give us more of a sense?
Well, I think it will if it's again tilting in favor of Trump by 59% or more. I think that would be a line for him. If it's more modest, if it's more of a push, then I think the Biden folks would take heart in that. So yeah, I think it'll give us an indication. I don't imagine we're going to see responsible news organizations call Arizona tonight.
And Georgia.
Well, I think we're waiting for DeKalb and all the, counties to come in. And look, again, we're reading these tea leaves, which have proven to be true. But if they're late voters, the assumption is, and more minority voters, the assumption is they're going to be Biden supporters. The question is what more? At these early results, you see that Joe Biden is really racking up tremendous margins in urban areas, and so I think is the fear of Donald Trump.
At this point, the legal challenges the president's been talking about, and there's people have been talking about, how much of it is just they feel they need to kind of give some sort of sense of momentum, some sort of a plan. They're going to see where things lay a day or two from now when votes are mostly in, and then all that stuff will kind of filter through.
Yeah, look, the White House is deploying teams of lawyers to all of the close states. I suspect Biden is doing the exact same thing to protect their ground and to investigate what's going on, to watch these final votes being counted, to talk to people on the ground and see were there irregularities, what were they, is there an opportunity for us to squeeze votes here or there? So there's going to be lawyers out there doing a forensic analysis of how this vote was conducted and whether there's an opportunity to squeeze votes somewhere in probably 10 states.
Are they a retainer or do they bill by the hour?
Yes.
One thing I just want to put out there, because I know for a lot of people, the fact that there's hundreds of thousands of ballots that are still missing because of the Postal Service just somehow not doing its job. I mean, I just wonder how different this would be done by now. Would we all be home? I just think that there's so many different, we're going to have to recover as a country from so many different things that happen. But United States Postal Service somehow get politicized, possibly sabotaged, and now here we are sitting here and we're biting our nails, and there's 100,000, 300,000 missing ballots in America.
We don't.
That's the fear. That's the fear. What do you mean that's the fear? You can't just say that. Where's the evidence?
You're sitting here and you accused him of putting boogeymen up there to scare the American public, and you're doing the same thing.
No, I'm not doing the same thing.
There's no justification for.
I do have justification for that. There is a court case right now where they're being
accusing everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. If somebody goes into
court and you say it's bogus.
Well, because
you guys go to court this week.
Because
you can't do that.
No, I can point out, and I think that you would agree with me on the ordinary surface. The very fact that in our country, the United States Postal Service even appears to be politicized, and then when you have people in court right now saying, and judges for ballots, that's the horrific outcome for America. And all I'm saying is
judges reacting to someone's complaint to prudently see if there's any validity. Does not say that.
Rick, that we have already. I mean, it has been demonstrated, and that the Postal Service had a problem.
It's the same thing as counting votes. It doesn't mean it's fraud. It doesn't mean people are deliberately.
It does mean. And
just like there's a problem count votes sometimes.
There was a lot of pressure from Congress to try and address this, to pump more money into it. The president was reluctant. He was a major campaign donor takeover of the Postal Service. You put that picture together, and you see what we're seeing now, and it does create some unease. But the point is,
you just said that Donald Trump needs evidence. We're hearing this discussion. You need evidence. You can't.
I think I'm on pretty firm ground. If a judge orders a search for a couple 100,000 ballots, maybe on a couple hundred. And then that's anyway. Like I
What about,
it doesn't mean.
but what about stopping the use of the automatic sorting machines, for example, which hurt mail delivery? I mean, if it's not political, it's incompetence, but something is wrong, and we all know that something is wrong. And by the way, something is wrong with the way with the way votes have been counted. We need to know. We need to change now that we've seen how many people voted in a pandemic and how increased participation of having more people being able to vote by mail on both sides. Something has to be done, and I know it was said 20 years ago after Bush 4, something has to be done to make sure that it rises to the level of competency so American people can believe their votes count.
There's nothing blocking the states from doing that. Some states do.
And I know people have looked into a federalized system. People have looked into a federalized system, and it's not going to happen.
Opportunity for real fraud, you create one big uniform system that someone can hack into. The beautiful thing about our system, it's run by a bunch of local folks with volunteers, and you try to put a scheme together to create fraud in that system, you're really doing something.
So you have different states with different ways of counting. So you have different states with different ways of counting ballots. It takes 5 days, and one takes 3 days because of what the state legislatures have ordered and come up with all of it, and here are some of the ballots
I agree with the senator in this regard. I don't mind the differences. You're right. It can be hard to screw them all at the same time, but which is a good thing. But there is a voting rights act that has been shot down by the Supreme Court that John Lewis was beaten for and John was for, and the Republicans, by the way, helped pass that. This is a bipartisan bill, one of the more bipartisan specials. The Supreme Court shot it down. Now for Republicans and Democrats come together to get the Voting Rights Act done again. So you can at least raise the floor. And I think if we can't agree at least to raise the floor, not top-down coordination, but raise
the race for president in Georgia is narrowing again, checking the key battleground states in the race for White House.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Rome, and this is CNN.
On the next CNN Business Traveler, the future of mice.
Big point for our industry, a revolution.
How we gather, the game is changing.
Wow, I can see some other participants.
Mixing virtual and what?
Extended reality experience.
Meetings, incentives.
We have a box of goodies. Ooh, what's in it?
Conferences and exhibitions. Mice reinvented. CNN Business Traveler.
Saturday on CNN.
تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا الزمان.
If we could introduce to an alien life form, what would we say?
Hello from the children of planet Earth. Здравствуйте, приветствую вас.
What you're doing is something very important for contact with civilization.
Both voyages carry a copper photograph for a message. Celebrating the sights and sounds of Earth.
I was looking for images for 100 different topics. Agriculture, science, medicine. Sports was only one, that if you were to choose one sporting event that was global and perhaps most representative, it would be the Olympics. And if you were to choose one athletic that was basic to all sports, probably running.
Athletes chosen to represent humanity were never told, but they didn't learn the truth until decades later.
This will outlive our planet. I just wonder how you feel about it.
It's just not what you're going to know, but your heart can and your imagination can.
I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch it every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live Eastern Time or anytime on demand. Never miss a show. You can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. See you later.
Get a few race alert, checking to see what's going on in Georgia. Right now, 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is now in. The president's lead over Joe has shrunk once again. It's now down to 31,748, 49.7% for Donald Trump, 49.1% for Biden. Close right now, we'll watch it. In Pennsylvania, the president's lead is 184,000 plus 50.8% to 47.9%, 20 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, still 12% of the vote outstanding. In Pennsylvania, 88% of the estimated vote is in. In Arizona right now, Joe Biden's lead just under 84% of the vote is in. Biden with 50.7%, 47.9% for Trump. In Nevada right now, 86% of the vote is retains his lead of about 7,600 votes, 49.3% to 48.7%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. Let's go over to John. Watching all these races, of course, very closely. What's jumping out at you? Pennsylvania right now?
Pennsylvania's one of them. I was just looking at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania again. We got several states trending, right? President Trump's lead right now, 184,397, 88% in. We're waiting, and the biggest thing we're waiting for is right here. It's the largest state, population center, 67 of them. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is the largest vote center, and we're waiting. So we're at 70% right there, and we know that Joe Biden is getting 79%. Again, our common sense tells you Philadelphia votes blue, votes Democratic. Will Joe Biden get 79% of what's left? No, we don't know that. But we know he's going to get the bulk of what's left. And so at what's left to count, that you look at that one first, because you look at that margin right there, and you think you can get a number of votes just like that right out of Pennsylvania. But Arizona, for the president, Biden has a lead. Georgia, trending toward Biden, the president has a lead. Watch this play out what has happened in Pennsylvania. If we go back, let me go back and start at the beginning here. Last night, you see the president's lead, 548,200 votes. By 2 a.m., that had grown to 709,000 and change. Then 10 a.m., it's starting to come down a little bit. 3 o'clock this afternoon, it's coming down a little more, 435,231. 5 o'clock this afternoon, look at that big drop there, 209.79. Then at 9 o'clock tonight, you're at 195. And here you are. We come out now live reporting at 184,397. So again, in the campaign headquarters, and you see this trend. The more they count the outstanding votes, the more your margin shrinks. That's still a healthy margin, 184, 51, if you round up. And so then you're looking, I just showed you Philadelphia City. You're also looking here at Montgomery County. This is one of the suburbs in the fall around Philadelphia. So about percent of the vote, there's still some more votes to count. You move over here to Chester County, Joe Biden's getting 56% of the vote. You still have 10% to count in here. So that's where you're looking for suburbs around it. That's the biggest vote part of the state, and then out in Allegheny County as well.
But in Philadelphia, there's 30% of the vote is still outstanding. I think with 70% that's in. So that's the largest, 12% of the population of the whole state.
And it's the biggest potential pool of Democratic votes right here. And again, so look, let's just go back in time. Showed you the popular vote. Turnout is way up in this election. 457,773 is Joe Biden's total in Philadelphia right now. We go back 4 years ago, Hillary 184,000. So we know turnout is up. So we know Joe Biden, you see, remember, Secretary Clinton gets 584,000, Joe Biden at 457,000. So you know that number's coming up. I don't know exactly how much, but we do know 30% of the voters out there. So it's going to come up by a sizable amount. Again, will Joe Biden get close to 80% of the remaining vote? We don't really need to count the city of Philadelphia. He's going to get a large majority of those votes, which is why, again, if you're in the Trump campaign war room, you're nervous because you see it's 182,000. That looks like a big number. Big state. Look how many votes have been cast. 3.2 million, 3 million there. So we have a ways to go here. Again, just want to check where else. We look at Allegheny County here, 89%. For quite some time. So we're missing 10% of the vote out here. And again, Biden has a lead, 59 to 40. There's no guarantee it comes in at the same rate, but one can safely assume a more Democratic vote. So then, well, the challenge is to look around. Right, the president does really well in these smaller rural counties. 95%, some possibly some more votes there for the president. of the vote, and you see he gets 75% of the vote. So it's complicated. We're obviously going to look at Philadelphia and the suburbs, and Pittsburgh and the suburbs. Those are where we know the most votes are. The question is, if Joe Biden continues to narrow that gap, are there more for the president in some of these smaller counties as they come in? And again, you see a small place here. You know, the president's getting 87% of the vote. Ton of change here because it's a smaller population center, but it is something in a close race. You want to count every one of them. I just want to pull out and see how we're doing. These are some of the counties where the president does well, counting up to 95% here. So you're just looking, you go through the whole thing. Let me just check. Lackawanna, Joe Biden was born here in Scranton. 54%, they're 99%, so they're just about done there. So that's what you do at this point of the race. You see the trend line. Biden has been cutting into the president's lead since early this morning in the overnight hours. It is with 182,000 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This would be game-changing. This would be game-changing. As we speak tonight, Joe Biden is leading in Arizona, leading in Nevada. The lead shrinking. The lead in Nevada is quite modest, 7,000 and change votes there. So President Trump could win both of those states, don't get me wrong. But if Joe Biden protects those two leads, he's the next president. So if you're looking at something like this, again, if you're Joe Biden, Arizona might slip away, Nevada might slip away, 20 electoral votes here. This more than makes up for both of them, if you can, Pennsylvania. So again, you're in the war rooms right now. They're doing the chess. If we hold Joe Biden's campaign, we hold Arizona, Nevada, we win. If we don't, where can we pick? They're watching Georgia. You see the narrowing lead here, 31,748. Again, at midnight last night, that lead was 372,000 votes. President's lead, Joe Biden's were coming in. Those votes, just like this is a common theme throughout this election. Philadelphia and the suburbs, the key if Joe Biden can come back to Pennsylvania. Atlanta, the key to whether Joe Biden can come back in the state of Georgia. And we're watching. And we know from our White House team, the president is anxious about this. We're talking to governors, to the Republican governors, and in Georgia, the Democratic governors up here. The president's team now watching the vote count to decide what they do next. And it really depends on whether he narrows the gap or he protects it. He has them. The states that are red. Just want to show our viewers. Not called, not called, not called. So you take them up, you see the gray. We haven't called these states. When we have the map up in full like this, it's showing you. And so we have to walk through and explain it. North Carolina looks good for the president, even though we haven't called it. But Georgia and Pennsylvania, two states where the president is leading, but those leads have been shrinking. Oh, we have a ways to go.
We certainly do, and we're not going anywhere. Coming up, we're expecting more votes to come in from Georgia and Arizona. The margins are razor thin. Wait for the results in this race for the presidency.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, and this is CNN.
This is a mask. It prevents the spread of coronavirus. This is not it's a mask.
Hello, my name is Thomas Knoser from Switzerland, and I'm a food.
I will prepare for you today my favorite snack.
We're looking for a theme, like for example New York or something, and then I start my research and try to create dishes. After a while I present my ideas and the dishes at the company.
We close the whole process slightly together.
Since March I'm not really allowed to work because we are like on, I call it in English, it's like on short time. I have to work 3 or 4 hours a week max. And this is of course quite difficult because you follow the news every day, but you what is going on the next day. So you're not sure about your job, if you will keep it or you will lose it. But you know, you think about what you can do. So I think that for example, maybe I will buy a food truck, you know. So there's a lot of new opportunities in my life. And you know, for me it's like tough times, but also a new beginning for me, for myself.
Here we go. My meatball sandwich, my favorite snack.
Christine Fletcher runs the archives of the company, overseeing 193,000 items worth an estimated $100 million. It all began in 1886 when a pharmacist named John Pemberton created a flavored syrup initially intended as medicine.
Coca-Cola ranks that this company made from 1886 to 1955. It wasn't until we got to vending. So now you have a consumer going to a vending machine who more than a Coca-Cola. So we introduced Fanta in 1955, Sprite in 1961, and then our first low-calorie drink in 1960.
I'm Fred Hudson in Moscow. CNN.
We're seeing extraordinary contests play out in key battlegrounds this election night in America. I'm Will Flitzer. Former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump are watching every vote tonight as ballots are still being counted. We expect more soon from two of the 6 states that are too early to call. We're talking about Arizona and Georgia. Biden maintaining a lead in Arizona, and now on the president's heat, Georgia, states that went to Trump 4 years ago. We're also awaiting results from Pennsylvania and Nevada in the hours ahead. Biden is looking for the final ballot, put him over the top, and reach 270 electoral votes. He has 253 right now compared to Trump's 213. Let's in this key race alone. Let's start in Arizona right now with 11 electoral votes at stake. 84% of the vote is in. Biden his lead of nearly 80,000 votes. He's got 50.7% to 47.9%. In Nevada, Biden also has the lead, but only won 67 votes right now. 86% of the vote is in. Biden is at 49.3%. Trump is at 48.7%. 6 electoral votes right now. Let's take another look at some of the other states that we're watching right now. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. It's a big prize. 88% of the vote. Trump is leading by 182,000 votes over Biden, 50.8% to 47.9%. In Georgia right now, Trump's lead has to only 31,748 right now. It was more than 358,000 only last night. 49.7% for Trump, 49.1%. 5% of the estimated vote still outstanding. 95% of the estimated vote now in. In North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. 95% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead, a nice cushion of 76,000 votes, 50 to 48.6% for Biden. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching all of this very closely. You got your eyes on several of these. Get out right now.
It's just wandering through some of these states where we see the trends happening here. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, for example, big leads for the president. If you go back several hours, if you go back 24 hours, president in both Georgia, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, smaller leads right now. Without those trend lines going Biden's way. You go out to Arizona, a big lead for former President Biden last night. As we wait for more votes. I was just going through some of the counties to just look at some of the trends. I was looking at Georgia a moment ago. I just bring that one up here again. See the president's lead, 31,758, 50 to 49 if you round the president's 49.7 up. It's just important to remember, this was 372,000, the president's lead at midnight last. They're counting ballots, nothing wrong with that. That's a big shift, but it's a big shift because they're counting ballots, and most of it has come right here. So we have been waiting for quite some time, Wolf, to see if we... So I just want to go in and pull out some of these. Fulton County is Atlanta, again, up to 94%. So if you're Joe Biden, trying to figure out where are the big Democratic areas, Atlanta, surrounding suburbs, certainly be one of them, 94%, a couple thousand ballots still left there. We'll wait and see. This has been the biggest boom for Joe Biden. I'm turning the frustration off so it doesn't distract. This is important. Still at 90%, and he's getting 83%. And just look, 300,000 votes to 57,000 votes. So this is a big population center, big populated suburb. And 10% to go. The Cap County will go a long way in saying whether Joe Biden comes back. You look around, you're trying to find places. Are there votes here for the president? You come down here, we were told Washington County had some. They were at 90 then, up to about 95 now. If you're just looking to see places, you know that Joe Biden in Atlanta, the suburbs around there, is going to rack up some more votes. Really, the president. You start clicking around the map, that's what you do at this point, just to see anything left out there. 95, again, very small population centers. You're going to pick up some. It's a dozen here, it's a dozen there. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but in a close race, it can. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Georgia's fascinating right now, as is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. When you pull this up here, again, you can go back in time. The president's lead was, the presidency was much bigger than this last night, and now you see what's happening. Just come out within the middle of the state, 86%, Center County, Central Pennsylvania. It's more of an even split, but more votes to count here. The challenge will be here. I look at all the small counties just to see if we get really tight late in the night, where are you looking votes here and there. But the big story here is still waiting on Philadelphia, and I keep checking it to see when we do get votes out of Philadelphia, we're likely to get a big bunch of votes for it, because they're at 70% and they've been there for some time. And again, you see the president's lead, you think, can Joe Biden really make that up? That's a big hill. 79% of the vote right now, with a lot still out. So if you're at 457 and that's 70%, if you continue at 79%, you're talking about tens of thousands of votes.
Almost a third of the vote still out.
Right, so you're talking about tens of thousands of votes. And so that's what you're looking at. You go through these states, and then as we go west, we're waiting for more votes out of Arizona, especially Maricopa County. This one is interesting. Batch of votes reported in Maricopa County. You see it's blue. Joe Biden is winning the county. With the last batch of votes here, Trump, Joe Biden's lead. The president made up some ground. Statewide now, you see 79,000, right? That is not a comfortable lead when you have still more than 100,000 votes out. It's double that, I think, still. In Arizona, it might even be higher. For more of these votes to come in, if you're in the Biden campaign, you're happy about the progress in Georgia, you're happy about Pennsylvania, the trends are going your way there, you're hoping you can squeeze it in, but you have to be a little about Arizona. And I just want to come over here and say just where we are, because it's been a long 2 days, and this may take longer. This may take a third day. It could possibly take longer. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Remember the collision of the coronavirus in this campaign. It's making it a more arduous task to count the votes. It's just a fact. They're good people, they're counting votes, and we're watching. 253 to 213. We began the day, Joe Biden, the president has not moved today. His number has not moved since sunrise here on the East Coast today. Joe Biden was plus 29. He picked up this Nebraska congressional district. He picked up 2 of the congressional districts in Maine, and the biggest news on this day after the election was 16 in Michigan, 10 in Wisconsin. Those are 2 states that helped make Donald Trump the president of the United States. 2 of the 3, Pennsylvania, the other piece of the blue wall. You're looking at this now, and if you're in the Biden campaign and you're optimistic, you say, we're leading there, only 70,000 votes, 7,000 votes here, you're leading. Here, you have a lead, but you still have it. Those 2 would be enough. Will we get them tonight? We don't know. The expectation is out of Nevada. We're waiting to see Clark County, if they get more votes tonight, but we may have tomorrow. We'll see. We will get more out of Arizona tonight. Will it be enough to project the state? We don't know. We have to see those votes. But Joe Biden could get to the finish line right there. The question is, enough here and here to have something on the sort of 300. If he doesn't get them all, maybe the math's a little different. Or, come back to where we are now, will it be the case that defends this lead, keeps that. We know he's leading up here in Maine's other congressional district, the 2nd congressional district. And so if the president, right, all places here, then we fight it out here, because the president will get elapsed as well. So you could get the president completely within the realm, but the president the 268, and then Arizona and Nevada would settle the race. So there's different scenarios. All the campaigns, they're running through them right now.
Let's check in with David Chalian. David, what are you looking at?
Well, we're taking a look at Arizona and Nevada to see sort of what to watch for as we get more vote over the next several hours from both of those states. In Arizona, state of the race, Joe Biden in the lead, 50.7% to Donald Trump's 47.9%. That's with 84% of the voting. And after that last vote, Joe Biden leads now to 79,173 votes on top of Donald Trump. Now take a look at what we know about the outstanding vote. Waiting to see when the next delivery of a batch of votes comes in, this uncounted vote, 515,000, will go down. Of this universe of 500,000 votes, we've calculated that Joe Biden needs about 40 to 42% of them in order to maintain his lead and flip this state that Donald Trump years ago. Donald Trump, for his part, needs to get about 55 to 57% of this universe of 515,000 are in rough estimate total outstanding vote universe. He needs 55 to 57% in order to overcome Joe Biden's lead and hang on to not an impossible task, but certainly a bigger vote share than he is currently getting statewide in the total at 47.9%. We also are taking, as we know, in the next few hours, we're going to get some results from Nevada. Take a look at the state of the play right now. It's been solid all day, but they just haven't been reporting votes. 49.3% to Donald Trump's 48.7%. That's with 86% of the estimated votes in. That's a 7,047 vote lead Biden has over Trump. We expect there are about 200,000 outstanding votes to be that. And that's, again, just a rough estimate. Assuming that is the right universe of uncounted ballots, Joe Biden would need 45 to 47% of them to hang on to his lead in Nevada and keep this Clinton 2016 state in the Democratic column. Donald Trump would need about 52 to 54 of that universe of 200,000 uncounted ballots in Nevada. Again, not entirely out of reach, but that would do it to overtake Joe Biden's lead in Nevada. They flip a state that he lost 4 years ago. You see his current percentage is 48.7%. So it's a little bit hot. He's got to improve his performance when these 200,000 votes start to get counted from what it is statewide right now, but it's not completely out of his reach, so we got to count in the back.
Well, all right, David, thanks very much. How big of a challenge is that for what's going on out west right now for the president?
Well, it's a challenge, as David noted. Donald Trump has to turn in to both states than he is right now. The question is it available to him? And if you go back about 3 hours, you would be a little bit more skeptical. But we did see, if it came in from Maricopa County, the president narrowed it. So you see this blue, and if you haven't followed along presidential elections, this is one of the big changing states. Georgia too. That's why Georgia has tightened. These are some that are changing demographically. Joe Biden did very well with seniors, have a lot of those in Arizona. Joe Biden's winning the suburbs, which have sort of revolted against President Trump. But you see this blue, you think, okay, this is 60% or more of the state's vote. Joe Biden is carrying it with 52%. Basic math tells you, well, then Joe Biden's going to win the state, except when you look at the history, this was once reliably Republican territory. Not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, as a Democrat carried Arizona for president. Go back 4 years ago, the president not only carried Maricopa County, he carried the state. It was close. It was a 4.5-point race back then. But this was a Republican state. So when you see it now, blue, that's advantage Biden. They're in the lead right now. But there are a good deal of Republican votes that could come in here when we get more votes from Maricopa County. And that is the key. Most of here, it's the biggest vote center. Joe Biden needs, when we get more votes out of Maricopa County, you want your lead statewide to be going up. Last time it went down. We'll get some votes from FEMA at 91% right now. We'll see. We'll see if the local reports say that they stop counting for the night. Maybe they're done, and we haven't gotten an update on that number. Or maybe they have to get some tomorrow. But if there are more votes out of FEMA, expectation would be there would be Democratic votes. But then you see these smaller counties. Sedona is here. Look what the president's getting. It says 99%, so perhaps they're done here for him. Here, we were talking to the Secretary of State earlier today, and she says there's some more votes here. Again, it's not big math, but it adds up if we get a bunch of them.
The numbers in Pennsylvania narrowing a little right now. You keep seeing it happen. Take a look at Pennsylvania right now. You see the lead that the president has gone down to 164,404. 89% of the vote in Pennsylvania is in. That means 11% outstanding.
That is. So two things we want to do. The first thing I want to do is check in. We're still at 70% in Philadelphia. So when I see the first thing you want to see is where did they come from. If they come from here, it's imperative that Joe Biden make a big move. He has to close the gap a lot with Philadelphia. So it's not Philadelphia, and it gap some. So in the Biden campaign, you're thinking, we've still got a shot at this. Now, I just want to go back in time to play this out, right? And let's go all the way back to the beginning here. This is Pennsylvania, midnight, 548,000, right? The president looks like he's comfortably ahead at midnight. Then you come through here to 2 a.m. He builds it to 709,000 in Pennsylvania. 3 a.m., it starts to shrink a little bit, 589,000 and change. Then you come here by 3 o'clock this afternoon, you see down at 435, and then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, So right now, at that point, is the day we're through. This is 6 o'clock, when the Trump campaign headquarters are saying, whoa, we have a problem here. The votes are coming. And then you get to 9 o'clock, you're down to 190. Come back out live now. Excuse me, I hope it's not wrong, but come back out here now, and you're live, and you see what you get. You're down to 164,000. So the trend line here is the president. He absolutely, this is 20 electoral votes. If Joe Biden takes this, look at your math right over your shoulder here. We've been talking a lot about Arizona and Nevada. If you add it up, to put Joe Biden over the top. Well, if we have to wait for those, and we're waiting for these, and for some reason Joe Biden could roar back and get that, forget about it. Well, it absolutely, positively must hold his lead here if he wants to have a prayer. If Joe Biden takes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we want to count the other final total, or we will be past the finish line if Joe Biden confirmed the state where he was born, blue, still counting votes.
We should be getting some more numbers fairly soon. Let's go back to Collingdale.
That's right. We're all on the edges of our seats. Let's check in with the campaigns right now. Caitlin Collins is at the White House. Caitlin,
Well, right now, they're, of course, still waiting to see what's happening in Arizona, but Jake, we are now hearing that the Trump campaign is considering taking legal action in Nevada, according to 2 sources. Now, they don't appear to have made a final decision on that, but we are told internally that is something that they're considering right now, as those 2 states are still counting votes. And while we've seen a lot of legal challenges coming out of the Trump campaign today, they don't really have much else to do. They are seeing their numbers and the president's chances of being reelected. We should point out that a lot of these legal challenges seem to be fraud actually. They've been based on pretty thin paper. Even it doesn't appear that they could substantially change the result of this presidential race. But that is what the campaign is doing. And the president has instructed his aides to do to pursue lawsuits in several of these states because he believes that what is happening is not, as of course he's made clear on Twitter. But just the other thing to consider here is the campaign does not have a lot of money. And recounts like they said that they want in Wisconsin and these lawsuits are expensive. So that is why we are seeing a desperate attempt by the Trump campaign to try to fundraise money right now. We heard the Republican Party Chair Ron McDaniel asking for money. We've seen several emails and texts go out from the Trump campaign. Usually you get those in the last few days of the race, not after the race, of course, has already happened and the votes are in. But that is what the campaign is doing right now. That's basically what the president is sitting back and watching as they are waiting to see what these numbers are going to look like. And we should also note part of it also a deflection technique because it can help slow down the votes in states where they think that the president is going to lose.
But Caitlin, what I don't understand is right now, trails Biden in Arizona and Nevada. So it would be common sense to want to have the voting in those states because if they stop the voting, he would be behind. I understand that these aren't necessarily the most thought out litigation strategies, but why would, I mean, is there any grounds for any complaint or grievance in those states?
Litigation strategies are being thought out of by the moment, Jake. We should make sure that it's really clear to the people who are watching. You saw it in Michigan earlier. They were already threatening legal action there, and they haven't even actually state of Michigan yet. So, of course, in Arizona, the question is why would they do that? They haven't done it yet. We should know they're only thinking about it, and they are likely waiting to see how these numbers are in about an hour we find out if this numbers are going to get better for President Trump or worse. That's obviously going to happen. We saw it happen in Florida. This is suddenly states are shrinking there, and then they announced they were going to launch this lawsuit. This lawsuit that only affects about 50 votes, I believe 53 votes exactly. So the basis behind a lot of these is not strong.
To say the least. All right, Caitlin Collins of the White House, thank you so much. Let's go to our signs. She is in Wilmington, Delaware, and obviously nothing is more suggestive of the fact that President Trump doesn't think he's going to win. Legal flailing that we're seeing coming from his camp. What are you picking up from Team Biden?
Mood inside Biden's campaign right now is one of confidence as Biden is inching closer to that 270 electoral votes that they are hoping. They are watching these results that are coming in over the course of the night very closely in Georgia. They are feeling good about the way things stand. They're keeping an eye on those counties in that Atlanta area where they are hoping that they can continue to shrink the margin with President Trump. Georgia is one of those states that the Biden campaign has long said is an expansion state that they hope they could win to help complicate President Trump's path. You saw Joe Biden going there in the final stretch of the campaign. The campaign also sent in their most powerful surrogate, President Obama, as they were hoping to that Democratic support in that state that has been a reliably red state. Now, looking over at Arizona, the Biden campaign is still well about their prospects there. They've acknowledged that the vote could tighten a bit in that state, but they ultimately don't believe that their current standings overcome there in Arizona. But so much of their strategy is still hinging on that blue wall. At the start of the day, they projected confidence, maintaining that position of strength in the blue wall. Right now, they have 2 of the 3 states that they were hoping to reestablish. Have won Wisconsin and Michigan, and they are confident and hopeful about the way things are progressing over in Pennsylvania. And Jake, it was just almost 24 hours ago where Joe Biden stood on that stage right behind me and urged his supporters to have patience, and that is something that he and his campaign continue to lean on as the votes continue to come in.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in Delaware. It is, let's chat about this. One of the things we need to acknowledge is, once again, we still don't know who's going to be the president. The presidency hangs in the balance. Joe Biden is ahead in electoral votes, leading in several states. Trump is leading in Georgia and Pennsylvania. We don't know what's going to happen. The ways that these 2 candidates and their campaigns could not be more different. Donald Trump and this lawsuit flailing really suggests much in terms of their own pessimism than anything we're seeing on the board.
I totally agree with you. And we don't know who is going to be president. What we do know is we continue to see waves of new vote counts coming in from the early votes, from absentee ballots, from these remaining really, really crucial states that both of these candidates need. But for right now, given the fact that Wisconsin and Michigan, I think that was today, whatever today means anymore, called for Joe Biden, that it gives Joe Biden many more options. You know, the one thing that I'm just thinking of as we are, getting late into the night again, and we are seeing more results, not just from the presidential, but from the congressional races, is how much Democrats in particular are really, really relying on and hoping to get this win in the White House. Not just the White House and everything that goes along with it, especially since they so want to get Donald Trump out, but because they feel that they really did not do well. And across the board, not entirely, but in many, many races for the United States Senate, where Democrats felt that they had it, frankly, in the bag. And tonight we see Republican after Republican who was vulnerable, seeking it out for another term.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes me think about if in a Biden presidency, what governance will look like in Washington with this kind of divided government for perhaps, 2 years or 4 years. It's just that Democrats for so long have focused so heavily on the White House because President Trump is such a polarizing figure, and President Trump really used the presidency as a bludgeon against his enemies, including his predecessor, trying to undo everything that Barack Obama. They're very focused on the presidency, and it's important to them, but there are a lot of agenda items, big picture agenda items that Democrats have on health care that are going to require a cooperative Congress, and it's going to be tough going, particularly if Republicans are able to hold on to the Senate and Democrats with a narrow majority in the House of Representatives. It's just going to be tough going. This is not going to be panacea, perhaps, for some Democrats.
Since the majority in the House already is quite diverse ideologically, and it will be even more apparent how diverse they are. And it looks like the majority, as you said, is going to be slim on more Republicans, one seat in the House than any Democrat, and frankly, even some Republicans anticipated.
During the Obama years, when Joe Biden was vice president, he and Mitch McConnell were able to do deals together. There were many times that the Senate and Barack Obama were miles apart, and Biden and McConnell, old-time Senate dealmakers, were able to sit down. I don't know what the dynamics of this relationship would be like. I suspect that in some ways Joe Biden would, being in the driver's seat and being able to tell the left of his party, this is the only way I can do things. But by the same token, he's going to have a whole leftern flank that he needs to appease.
That is definitely true, especially when it comes to the House of Representatives. But I also wonder, I mean, McConnell in the years was, I mean, McConnell is a strong partisan, but he was able to work with Biden in part because he also had other senators who were, like mine, thinking of the Senate as a statement, as the august sort of body that it's supposed to be. I think the Senate has changed. Dana, I don't know what, it feels to me like so many of these Senate Republicans now are in the Trump neighborhood.
All right, well, we're standing by for new vote numbers from some of the battleground states that will decide this election. We're going to go live there next. Stay with us.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
On the next Vital Signs, we're exploring the world of venom and toxin-derived medicine.
We have hundreds of years of evolutionary information in this tube.
See how the newest innovations are coming from the oldest sources. Meet a fascinating group of researchers and scientists, nature's deadliest creatures.
It doesn't matter whether you're a big fan of snakes or not, they actually may save your life.
Vital Signs, Saturday on CNN.
John King is here. We're going on at several of the key battlegrounds right now. We're going to Arizona, Denver, and Phoenix for us. What do we know, John? What's the latest? What do you hear?
In just about 1 hour, Wolf, we are anticipating that there's going to be another ballot result. We're going to get another bit of data from Maricopa County. We are diligently counting the votes. We anticipate that that will be the last bit of ballot information that we're going to get for today. So I kind of want to exactly some of the stuff we've seen happening in the last couple hours or so. I want to start here because these are the good people who are working here, counting the vote, doing the important and, at times, the tedious job of American democracy. Now, I'm going to have you follow me this way. And the reason walking this way is because there has been a security situation here at the Maricopa County Elections Department. And the security... Kevin Myers, step forward just a little bit further. You can see a line of law enforcement, sheriff's department, and a very large crowd. It is difficult for me to tell exactly how large this is, but you can see for yourself. There are a lot of red hats, there are a lot of Trump signs, and there is a lot of chants. I want to remind everybody here that this is outside in the very office where they are counting the votes, where we are hoping to learn a little bit which way Arizona's 11 electoral votes are going to go. A lot of the people inside there are continuing to do this very important work. And this is what they're seeing as they try to do that.
All right, Young, be careful over there. We'll get back to you. 80. That the Biden lead in Arizona right now, 84% of the vote is in. John, stand by for a moment. I want to go to Sarah Murray. She's in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Now another battle underway there. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
I don't hear anything.
Sarah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sarah? We're going to get back to Sarah shortly. Let's talk about Arizona and then Pennsylvania. Get to Sarah Murray.
And so you're in the Biden campaign. If you're just joining us, if you haven't looked at page, you look at this and you say, okay, 79,000 votes. Joe Biden has the lead in Arizona. That looks good. 84% of the vote in. However, Joe Biden's lead was a lot bigger for the night. We can actually go back and go quickly through it. Let me bring this up. I guess we go through it here for you. Let me bring this out. Let me make sure we have the right state here. We'll go to Arizona and we come back. If you go to Arizona, just at midnight, last night, right, so 24 hours ago, Joe Biden had a lead in Arizona, 207,000 votes. You see it starting to slip overnight as they count. These are East Coast time. There's the West Coast out there, 155, 130, 93. Then it got down to 79, and now we come up to real time where we are, 173 votes. So you're still ahead. That's what you want. But your lead has been shrinking as they count votes, and that's the dynamic. It's working the other way. It's working in Joe Biden's favor, in Georgia, but against Joe Biden right now in the state of Arizona. And the reason we're watching these handful of states that we have left is that Joe Biden is very close, 253 electorate. So he's knocking at the door. He's 17 away, and he can get there with Arizona and Nevada. There are other ways too, but he's leading in Arizona and Nevada, which is why it's so. Well, I just said they think they're going to have more votes here in an hour. Those votes will be in Maricopa County, largest county by far. 60% of the vote in the state comes out of this county. The question is, more votes here, Joe Biden has to build this lead. If Joe Biden's lead continues to shrink, that would be a warning sign because there aren't as many votes in these other red counties. They're smaller rural counties. The lead starts to go down here, and they start counting votes up here. Then it gets interesting, and we just have to keep watching.
It gets interesting in Pennsylvania right now, too.
It sure does. We come over to Sarah Murray standing, important spot in Pennsylvania, so hopefully we establish communications with her. Because again, you look at this, 164,000, looks like a healthy lead. That lead was a lot bigger last night. This is one of the states trending in Joe Biden's favor. 51 if you round up, to 48. A lot of votes, right? 3.2 million to 3 million, with some change there, but percent reporting. So we're still counting and we're waiting. And just as you can bring Sarah back in if we have her, 79% of the vote Joe Biden is getting in Philadelphia right now. That's what we're waiting for. Percent, a lot of votes.
Sarah's ready. She's in Philadelphia for us. Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing over there?
Well, look, you guys are right. There is a lot of vote But there's still a lot to be counted. You know, as far as mail-in ballots, there are still more than 763,000 mail-in ballots that still have not been counted. You know, big deal. That could still be a game changer when it comes to this race. Here in Philadelphia County alone, there are 120,000 mail-in ballots that still haven't been counted. You know, we know these big, like Philadelphia County, for instance, are working overnight. They're trying to kind of chug through these totals. It just takes a while. But in a sign that I think this count maybe go a little bit faster than anticipated, the Secretary of State, Kathy Bookbar, said on another network tonight that she now expects the vast majority of this counting to be done by tomorrow. Previously, she was saying a couple of days, so it seems like that timeline is moving up. And I can't say this enough. We haven't heard of any big issues. We haven't heard of any big problems. Everything seems to be going smoothly. It just takes a while because it's valid.
Yes, it is. 763,000 ballots still there. They got to calculate. That's a lot.
Right. So you're looking at this Philadelphia right here. These numbers are going to shrink as the illustrator, if I could shrink this back. But 763, well, I'm going to clear that that's really confusing the way it just faded there. 763,000 votes still to be counted. 164,000 vote lead for the President of the United States. And again, the trend line over the last 24 hours has been dramatically in Joe Biden's favor. So especially given that so many of those votes, the southeastern part of the state, we'll bring it up here. You know, Philadelphia itself, as Sarah just noted, 30% of the votes still to be counted. This is an overwhelming Democratic city. When they count those votes, Joe to close the gap. When they count the remaining votes here in Montgomery County, not as many, they're up to 95%. Joe Biden likely to gain some votes there. It's not guaranteed. There could be some Republicans who mailed in ballots as well. They flew on the map. Joe Biden, Chester County there. Do you see the blue here? You see the blue out in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County? Joe Biden has been picking up steam here with that many ballots still. That's a very nervous moment in the Trump campaign. Joe Biden comes back and pulls ahead in Pennsylvania, can carry Pennsylvania, just forget about it.
Heard Jim Acosta say the president's freaking out about Pennsylvania. Now he's watching it third. Supposedly freaking out about Georgia, especially right now as well. Pamela Brown, you getting some new information on Pennsylvania. What are you hearing?
Yeah, and one county that is focused on is Erie County, and here's why. Erie County is the county that the president lived in 2016. It was one of 3 counties that helped him win Pennsylvania. But if in October, the president went back to Erie, and here's what he said. He said, I wasn't coming to Erie. I have to be honest, there's no way I was coming. I didn't have to. And then we got hit with the plague. I had to go. Hello, Erie. May I please have your vote? He thought he had it in the bag. Then COVID hit. And now let's look at the numbers in that trend line we're talking about in Philadelphia. There's 17,000 votes left to count. These are early votes there in Erie County. The margin right now, Trump is only ahead around 6,000 votes. I spoke to an official tonight in Erie County who tells me the trend line right now with counting these absentee ballots in Erie County has been 4-1 in Biden's. I'll let you put that in perspective.
Well, we've just seen, again, that matches what we have seen in other parts of the state. We know, again, remember, one of the reasons this is taking a long time and people are frustrated, especially potentially in this election, you want to know who the winner is. Remember, a lot of people voted by mail. A ton of people in a big state like the Pennsylvania voted by mail. Then there were the people who voted early by. Then there was the election day turnout. I know I'm repeating this throughout the day if you're with us, but it's just important to understand that's why it's taking so long, because it's unprecedented, especially in a place like Pennsylvania, which does not really have a history. Erie County, if Joe Biden can make up ground here, it's very important. Well, you know this territory well. You're from Buffalo. You come down here. This is blue-collar territory. One of the places where Joe big inroads for himself and the Republican Party in recent years. Important man.
Yeah, he went there and he's he was working at our panel. You getting some new information on Georgia as well?
The campaign may not only be calling for a recount in Wisconsin. I'm also learning from a source tonight familiar with the legal strategy for the Trump campaign that they're also eyeing Georgia. Watching that margin get tighter and tighter and tighter. There are discussions, there is talk about if Donald Trump loses in Georgia and the margin is tight enough that the Trump also push for a recount there in Georgia. Now, I spoke to another source who is still staying optimistic in the Trump campaign, saying, look, that Trump is still ahead there. We could still pull. But that is a reality that the Trump campaign is facing now as they see their chances there dwindle. And when it comes to a recount, this is how tight it has to be in Georgia. It has to be 0.5% of a margin and in order for the campaign to be able to push for a recount there. And so as we watch those numbers, it will be interesting to see how it turns out.
David Chalian is getting some new information on Pennsylvania and Georgia as well. What are you picking up, David?
Yeah, we want to take a look at the state of the race and what is left to count. Here is where things stand in Pennsylvania, we were just talking to Sarah Murray. Donald Trump has a lead, 50.7% to 48.1%. That's with 80% of the estimated vote in. That is a lead of 164,414 votes. Trump over Biden. That is a lead that has been. We think there are about 765,000 outstanding votes. I think Sarah said 763,000. We're rounding up here. 765,000 uncounted, according to the Secretary of State's office. Look at what Joe Biden needs to win to overcome Donald Trump's lead. He needs 59 to 61% of the 765,000 outstanding votes to overtake Trump and flip Pennsylvania blue. It sounds like a high percentage, but you just heard what Pence County. These absentee ballots are coming in 4-1. Joe Biden is getting sort of 78%, 79% of these votes that right now from Democratic areas with the mail vote. So it's not impossible for him to hit that target. Donald Trump, for his part, only needs to hit between 41% of that remaining 765,000 bucket of votes left in Pennsylvania in order to keep his lead and keep the state. But is a totally achievable number for Joe Biden, so we'll just have to watch as the votes are counted to see if he can close the gap. In Georgia, we are looking to see, is Donald Trump going to be able to, please look at the news right now. He's got 49.7% of the vote to Joe Biden's 49.1%. That's with 95% of the estimated votes. That is a lead of 31,748 votes, a razor-thin lead in this Georgia race. What is left to count? About 9,000 outstanding ballots. That is according to the Secretary of State. Now, there are some models out there that think maybe there's a larger universe of uncounted ballots in Georgia. So right now, with our reporting from the Secretary of State's office, they expect around 90,000 uncounted votes in Georgia is what is left. Well, what would Joe? He would need about 53 to 55% of those 90,000 votes in order to overtake Donald Trump and actually win. I just want to tell you, all the vote coming in for Joe Biden today in Georgia that has helped him close the gap, he's getting about an average of 71% of the coming in today. So 71's a lot higher than what he needs there. 53 to 55% of those remaining 90,000 votes. Donald Trump, to 46% of those outstanding 90,000 ballots. If he gets that range, he is likely to hold on to Georgia and keep it red.
More votes are about to come in from a handful of battleground states that will make or break the election for President Trump and Joe Biden. Our special coverage will continue.
I'm Selma Davies in London, and this is CNN.
On the next Business Traveler, the future of mice.
This is a tipping point for our industry, a revolution.
How we gather, the game is changing.
Wow. Like it, are the participants?
Mixing virtual and live.
The extended reality experience.
Meetings, incentives.
We have a box of goodies. Ooh, what's in it?
Exhibitions, mice reinvented. On the next CNN Business Traveler.
Saturday on CNN.
Cristiano Mansour continues to terminate Afghanistan. I'm Cristiano Mansour in Iran. Cristiano Mansour, CNN, with elements of the gallery division in Africa.
Looking at the names that are posted on those boards, they come here. This is now a memorial to the Srebrenica massacre. We're very interested to see what's going on. Mr. President, it's a privilege to address with you. Do you not think that the constant flip-flops of your administration on the issue of violence sets a very dangerous precedent?
Pretty shocking picture. Did you condemn President Assad for 100,000 plus deaths? You still have huge dreams. They didn't take them.
They only can shoot a body. They cannot shoot my dreams.
I wonder whether you ever think that other countries can learn from what you did.
So you must be their first cycling president.
Bonjour, comment ça va? Salam alaikum. Mr. President. Guten Tag. So what is the story again? Holy Father, you were the first person to call modern slavery and human trafficking a crime against humanity.
She says yes. Women of the future.
Can I just address the elephant in the room? You're wearing your dark glasses. What made you be so passionate about the environment? I saw you listening to that testimony. You look pretty broken up yourself. Does love have a chance of winning?
I don't believe that.
Alongside other things like just simple physical distancing. You know that it's much less likely that transmission from outside. If you're outside, you keep the distance, 6 feet or more from other people, then that's going to do alone a great deal to stop the virus. So don't think that masks are the solution. They are a part of the solution. There is no silver bullet that is going to destroy, that's going to defeat this virus. It's questionable that if you deny the virus the opportunity to transmit, that slows the pandemic down. If you deny it enough opportunities to transmit, it will go extinct. Everything that you can do to stop giving it the opportunity to infect another human being is extremely helpful. Masks are a large part of that, and I urge everybody.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch it every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. And live, Eastern Time, or anytime on demand. And to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode and never see it. I'll see you later. We are waiting more votes from Arizona. There are a lot of interest in seeing what we can learn in the next few minutes in this game. Florida, of course, battleground state. We're looking at Joe Biden's underperforming among Latino voters. According to CNN's exit poll, 50% of Latino voters in Florida supported Joe Biden, a 10% drop from the 62% of Latino support Hillary Clinton got last election in that state. So now CNN put and Navarro and Joe Biden in Florida. And it's one thing to talk about the Latino vote, but as you talked about before, especially in Florida, there is such among the voters in that state. Cuban, Venezuelan, people from Central America, Nicaragua, Puerto Ricans who have left in the wake of the storm there. Why do you think Biden underperformed?
Yeah, here in Florida, and frankly around the country, 31 flavors of Latinos. And so when we talk about the Latino vote, it can be very, very misunderstood and misguided to just try to paint it in one broad. I want to talk to you about that because, look, I think we allowed ourselves to define the Latino vote yesterday by what happened in Miami-Dade. A crater for Joe Biden, and it was an exercise, a 4-year of building by Donald Trump, of working the community, of talking about socialism, talking about communism, drilling that in, and it paid off for him. In Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rican vote, the road, a few hours up the road in Central Florida, actually Joe Biden's numbers held. He got 72% there, according to the exit polls, and did much better. And Anderson, we've spent all night talking about Arizona. In Arizona, 700,000 Latinos voted. And Joe Biden in some counties, 78%. His total, his average in Arizona was 75%. So we've got to keep in mind, and I think we talked a lot about Miami because it was shocking. Okay, I felt like a doll who'd had the stuffing plucked out of her by when I saw those numbers. But around the country have been much better for Joe Biden than we are talking about. There's a new Latino senator in Colorado because of the Latino vote, and the Colorado seat flipped because of the Latino vote. If Joe Biden pulls it off in Arizona, it's in large part because of the Latino vote and because we organized there. Latinos organized there for 10 years in response to Joe Arpaio and to SB 1070. But it's like a study in contrast, almost what happened in Arizona and what happened in Miami.
Do you think the Biden campaign focused Latino voters enough?
I think they focused on Latino voters a lot around the country. Look, there were 100,000 Latinos who voted in Wisconsin, upwards of 70% for Biden. I think that in Miami-Dade, frankly, they were both. By the time they showed up here, by the time Joe Biden had been elected the nominee, the pie had been baked. And you also have to remember that here in Florida, in Miami, Donald Trump counts with the alliance and with the structure and grounding of Hill and of Mario Diaz-Balart and of Rick Scott and of Governor Ron DeSantis. So the playing field advantage that here with the Latinos, and there is something about Donald Trump's idiosyncrasy and his message of, his demagoguery and just, look, Latinos in Miami, so many of us are traumatized. We fled communism. So you start talking to us about a radical left and you start was about communism and socialism, and it triggers an emotional reaction. It triggers trauma and it triggers fear from it firsthand. And so it's a very different scenario. And also keep this in mind. The Latinos in Miami, people who vote in Miami, 3% of the national vote. And so, what happened here was dramatic. It cost congressional seats. It cost 2 congressional seats for Democrats who lost them last night here in Miami, and seats up and down the state legislature, but not paint a picture for what happened nationally for Joe Biden. And if Joe Biden becomes the next president and reaches 270 votes, the Latino, no small part in it.
Yeah, and Navarro, appreciate it. We're watching, obviously, Arizona and Nevada very closely right now, back now with our panel. We're expecting these votes, this last batch of votes tonight from Arizona, probably those are the next.
Yeah. I'm told by supporters of the vice president that they do expect with each succeeding release that this gap will narrow. They're of the mind that it's not going to narrow enough. And I don't know that we're going to be in a position to judge that tonight. But we'll see how pronounced the drop is. And if it doesn't happen, then I think
you're in very confidence from Biden.
Yes, but all that the race is tightening and it may continue to tighten.
Yeah, I think they may be, in a way, more confident about Pennsylvania than they might be about Arizona. But let's just point out that all these races we're looking at are dynamic. And we're talking about campaigns and looking at different sets of voters that they think will come out for them, and we just don't know. We haven't covered an election like this before. We don't know. It's early voting and the counting early and the counting later. And so it's more dynamic, I think, than it's been in a very long time.
It's also, they showed the protesters and the demonstrators there, and that's a very big show of force. People can feel intimidated by that. But the crazy thing is, it literally has opposite chance. So it's count the votes in Arizona. In Michigan, it's stop the vote. To Trump people literally arguing the opposite thing. They're out there chanting, stop, count the vote.
Or steal the vote.
So I think, tensions are high, people are upset or whatever. But the reality is that nobody knows if this is going to work out. But what I think is interesting, you don't see Biden supporters doing any of that. Same stakes, same concern. You don't see large numbers of trying to intimidate and challenge. You don't see Biden supporters going and fighting lawsuit after lawsuit over this. And so, because I think the Biden team has the confidence, people have rendered a judgment, and that judgment is time to move on to a different style of government. So you can see the character of the candidates and campaigns responding right now.
I can't really disagree with that. I mean, the Biden camp is very, very confident. I know the Trump camp sees they believe they're past, and there are. I mean, this race is not over yet. But Biden folks have had an air of confidence. Georgia, which we may be getting tonight, and look at how the numbers have come down and the average. And there's really nothing there that I would see that would say that the next tranche of votes today are different than the tranches that came in before.
What's this insistence on lawsuits and recounts even before you know the count? It seems to me that this is not how people who expect to win behave. They're kind of just throwing everything up just in case. Yeah. And if that's how the Biden campaign is very different.
But most of that, I assume, comes from the president-elect.
Lawsuits for Frank.
Right. Yeah, hold on. I mean, don't give the impression the Biden campaign isn't appointing people all over the country.
Absolutely.
They are doing it too.
But they're not filing lawsuits.
They're filing because they have credible instances. In the case of Pennsylvania, you've heard me say this before. There is a credible claim your state is breaking the law. And you can say, well, it's not going to be material. It doesn't matter. When someone's doing something like that, they have every right to go in and tell the citizen.
He's standing up for law and order.
He is. He's a law and order.
But it does sound like every time you see the numbers move, suddenly a report surfaces saying, and that's to take. They're playing whack-a-mole every time.
It's not a well coordinated effort, and I think some of us who are very concerned, surprised. If you look at the fear from the Democrats, you would have Trump get within, as Pete would say, Mayor Pete would say, cheating distance, and then suddenly you would have, I've won. The fear was Republicans would line up blank. The president won. The Republicans did the opposite. They abandoned him when he did that. Then they thought it was going to be lawsuits, were going to be buried in lawsuits. These lawsuits are scattershot. They're trivial. There may be a couple of them serious, but there may be a couple of them serious. But overall, that impressive. And then there was this concern that you would then have this big division in the country. You have unrest in the streets. What you've got is some desperate Trump supporters out there harassing, and mostly a quiet country.
And a quiet dump.
Yeah. If Rudy argues these in court, I mean...
Yeah. But also Donald Trump was quiet today. I mean, he was on Twitter.
For all those who say that Donald Trump is stoking, Donald Trump isn't doing any of those things right now. So let's no, he's not.
He did charge him with stealing the election.
Going to court doesn't mean you're stoking.
Last night thing.
I agree, and
so he hasn't stoked in 20.
He was camped out pretty bright.
Arizona, one of the tightest races tonight. We're seeing about to get details of a new vote tally as an election neutron, if you will. As the election comes down to the wire, election night in America. After this.
I'm depressed in London Heathrow Airport, and this is a mess. It prevents the spread of coronavirus. This is not a political statement.
I am Mario Filippo from Naples in Italy, and I am owner of 2 restaurants in Milan. During the lockdown, all the people became chefs. All people was cooking, and I personally had 2 or 3 parties for friends that had the birthday during lockdown, where every one of us cook the same dishes, and we eat together. I was in Milan, some friends was in Naples, other friends was in London or in Turin, but we together because for Italian people the sociability during lunch or dinner is very, very important, because for us to kiss, to touch is very, very important, is a very signal of friendship. I believe that the world is able to find the new balance. Probably the normal of before will be different of the normal of the future, but I think it will better than before. I don't know how long it takes to reach this new balance, but I am positive.
this is CNN.
The stroke of midnight here on the East Coast of getting started. Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo along with my man, D-Len.
Continuing, and Chris, at this hour, we're standing by for a large batch of votes to be posted in Arizona. That's where Joe Biden has a very narrow lead over President Trump. The lead could get narrower tonight as we go on.
Arizona very much in play. That's why we haven't called it. Many other organizations have not. The grand irony at play is, except that somebody called Arizona saying, you've got to count all the votes. Right. Yet he now has, a pretty flimsy strategy in place to keep votes from being counted. We'll take you through all of that. Also keeping a very close eye on the changing vote totals in Georgia. If we had to pick a state tonight, that's the state to watch. Why? Trump's initial lead over is considerable. Keeps slimming every time they give us a new batch. So, what are we looking at here? We have key races to go with the big five. The song reference would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Census working overtime. You got to look at every one of these very closely because each one. Arizona, okay? Can Biden hold the flip? 11 electoral votes. 84% of the estimated vote is in. Where are the votes? What does it mean in terms of red, blue? It has been getting better for the president as the last votes have come in. The margin right now, 1,000. Will it hold? We'll go through in a second. Next. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 86% in. Here's the problem with this race. It's stalled. We'll get more information until tomorrow, but you do have to keep going in to see how it fits into these different pathways to victory. Very slim margin right now, 7,600 votes. Since we were together early this morning, but its importance may have changed. We'll talk to you about that next. Georgia, okay. The one that we're going to really have an eye on, especially early on in the shift tonight. 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is in. So how can there be a lot? Because these have been big blue areas that were slow to count, especially around Atlanta. And the Democrat is bringing in huge percentages of gain every time there's a new bucket of returns. As a result, you had over a 200-point spread. Now you're down to 30. This could happen on our watch. So keep this very close right now. Certainly in recount area, whoever loses. 20 electoral votes. 89% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, slowly emerging story, but important. Why? Because this has seemed like, come on. 600 votes he was up. Come on, 600,000. It had to be over. Look where we are now. 64,000 votes. The president's big push on Pennsylvania. Look how much we're up. Not now. You know why? Because you count all the votes. Next state. North Carolina. This is the quietest of the night. The president is up. He has been up. The margin has contracted a little bit. 76,000. There, 95% of the estimated vote is in. Is there some type of secret space for Biden? Not sure. We'll take you through all the different mutations here. So those are 5 states in play. Okay, let's go over the magic wall. Well, first, the big map here with the Electoral College. I always sleep on this. You know why? Because they never change. 53 to 213. I should show it to you every time there's a key race alert. It's just nothing's happening here until we get the results from the states. But this is, now let's go and figure out all the different roads to success here. Phil, you're too young, but that song from Ecstasy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, census working overtime, exactly where we are in looking at these states. Because you can look at them different ways and you don't really know how they're going to break, but every piece that changes leads to a new.
Yeah, each of those pieces can come together and give you a sense of where things are going. I think that's what we're looking for early in the night. I want to start with the state of Arizona. First, actually, let's talk about, you just kind of laid out what before this night. Arizona, obviously, in a matter of minutes, we're going to get a new batch of votes for Arizona, and those will be crucial. You mentioned Nevada. We don't expect any results from Nevada, but if it's raising, it fits into the math is very important. Georgia has been moving all night, could move a little bit more over the course of the night. It is tightened up. We're going to want to watch that. In Pennsylvania, extremely important as that margin starts to tighten. Red right now, will it stay that way? I'll kind of walk through why Pennsylvania is so important in a second. I want to start with the state of Arizona. We are new batch of votes from Maricopa County in about 20-30 minutes. We're getting from Kyung Law, who's on the ground there, our colleague. How does Maricopa County matter? Maricopa County, that's 60% of the right now. Joe Biden, 51% to 46%. However, and this is important because over the course of the night, pull it back out, over the course of the day, Joe Biden's lead in this state from about 220,000 votes to where it sits right now, 79,000 votes. And it has narrowed. The last batch that came in from Maricopa County, Donald Trump narrowed the lead again. And right now, if Donald Trump hits between 55 and 57% of everything that comes in that's outstanding in the state, he can tie or take the lead of Arizona.
Quick question. For folks at home watching, blue obviously usually means Biden does better there. If the president keeps doing proportionately better every time votes come in, why is it blue, not red?
Well,
because he's still ahead.
Because he's still ahead. But here's an important point. You bring up an important contextual point, because over the course, we talked about it relentlessly when we were on last this morning. Why this matters, the composition of what's coming in has been crucial, right? If you watch what happened in Pennsylvania when that turned from red to blue, if you watch what happened in Michigan when it turned from red to blue, because the outstanding vote was mail-in ballots. It was absentee ballots, and absentee ballots have skewed so heavily towards Democrats across the country. Here's the wild card with the state of Arizona. A lot of the outstanding vote right now is late mail-in or late drop-off ballots. Monday, Tuesday drop-off ballots or mail-in. Those have actually leaned more Republican. To lean more Republican. It's a little bit different. Arizona is a much heavier vote-by-mail state. They know how to do it. They've done it for several cycles. So those have leaned more Republican. And that is why the Trump campaign was so... When other networks were calling the race for Joe Biden, why they have maintained that they have a pathway here. And they are right. If you look at what's outstanding right now, Maricopa County, 3% reported. We expect about 100,000 more votes to come in here. That might be a little bit low, a little bit more than that as well. We expect about 17,000, 18,000 more votes to come in here in FEMA. Democratic stronghold, we expect this to go a little bit more Biden. But through the Trump campaign right now, you have your eyes on Maricopa, because obviously the most populous part of the entire state. You know a lot more votes, and you believe you have a pathway based on that vote if you hit your margin. This margin for Joe Biden, Arizona is over. Even if Donald Trump wins the outstanding vote, 52%. Joe Biden wins the state of Arizona. But what Donald Trump needs to do with what we see here, when Kyung Law gives us the numbers here in about 20 minutes, is he's hitting 56%. That keeps him on track. We'll wait and see. We don't know the entire composition, but that's why we're watching. That's why this is narrow, and that's why nobody over here has called this. Donald Trump is still very much as a patriot.
Right. Well, you're making the right point about checking in with Kyung Law to find out what's happening. Kyung Law is in Maricopa County. There not just for the counting, Kyung, but you had drama. You have protesters outside. It's obviously going to be something that the people counting have to worry about when they go home. Take it. What do you have?
Okay, so we are just being told that this building is now going to close. So we are the last news organization to do a live shot here. I want to start here because this is what it's about. This is American democracy. What you are seeing here are the good people, Maricopa County Election Department doing the count. This is the tedious at times, long, hard work of the ballots, making sure the information is correct. I'm going to swing you over this way. This is my producer, Kim Berryman. She's talking about how we're going to get out of this building. Exit plan being formed because what's happening beyond those doors right there, you can see that that is closed up, that shade has been dropped. Is that out? There is a very sizable protest. If you look at the aerial pictures from our affiliate, it's very big. This is a small part. This protest has been going on for some time now. It has fluctuated in time, but it is sizable, as you can see. The other concern here...
So you know what's going on? And that's what I want to talk about, is how do the people who are doing the job feel about what awaits them outside? And how is it affecting what they're doing?
I mean, okay, so let's start here. I mean, these people parked in that parking lot. How are they going to get the cars out of there? That number one, when they finish, because we are expecting a count in about 20 minutes, a look at what's happening to the ballots here, what could help the electoral votes are going to go. So they're here for a while. We don't know how they're going to leave. We frankly, as we look at some of the officers heading out that way, figure out what to do as law enforcement with this large crowd. And I should add that this is a crowd that is armed. There are a number of people out there who have been seen with long guns, with automatic or semi-automatic rifles, because this is an open carry state. So there are a lot of.
So John, are they leaving? Are they leaving now because of the risk, or is it closing time? And what does it mean? Beginning to count again tomorrow from that location.
From what I can sort of piece together, because this was happening in the very few moments right before I joined you here, this work is going to continue. Again, 20 minutes from now, we are expecting to be released on time via press release, and everything is running smoothly on that end. The work here isn't stopping. There are no problems inside. The problems are happening inside, and just trying to keep things under control so that this work can continue.
What's the beef for the people outside? What is their message?
You know, there's a lot of chanting, a lot of slogans that we've heard before. They're talking about count the vote, stop, that they want Trump. A lot of flags being waved, Trump flags. We've heard people sing for a little while. So it's just a number of different songs and slogans as this keeps continuing.
All right, last thing, and then you got to find your way out of there, and I'll talk to you from some. If you want to, you just call in and give us the information. But how do we get the information from the Arizona state officials tonight if it's not going to come from you in that building?
We are told that they will get it to us somehow via press release. Okay. And so that will probably happen electronically. As soon as we get it, we're going to bring it to you.
All right, good. Safety. I hate that that's an issue right now, to be honest. It's not like you're in a situation where it's supposed to be high tension. This is supposed to be democracy in action. Take care of yourself and your team. Send our best. I'll talk. Kyung, thank you very much. I got to tell you, Mr. President, I can't believe that you'd be happy with that on your behalf. Literally chilling a democracy was fundamental to how we pick our next president. Is that the atmosphere you want for what makes America great again? What a question for you to answer. It'd be great to hear. So let's go back to the wall. That's going to be because now you got people doing their job under stress. Now they're leaving. Now they come back. Maybe it's going to be delayed, and we really have to know because how Arizona goes.
Well, and I think the president would like Arizona to continue right out their ballots. Because right now,
the guy has a chance to win, and his chance to win when it's trending the right way is being by his own people, chilling and scaring the people who are doing the counting that might make a difference for the president himself. And that is why very often anger is irrational. It's not for your own aims here. And just to circle back before we move on, every time we've gotten a dump from Maricopa today, it has been good for President Trump in terms of balloting, and we have to keep going and watch. Other than Maricopa, how many other areas to watch?
He was kind of a big outstanding one that we're looking for. We see somewhere between 7,000 votes we expect to come in here. We expect it to come in Democrat. We expect a lot of that to be actually in person, from my understanding, which should also lean more heavily Democrat. So Joe Biden, what's outstanding right now, the vast majority of it's coming from Maricopa, but Pima is a Democratic stronghold. And I think there's some thought right now that what comes in from Pima will lean toward Biden. I think here in Arizona, we just don't know. Right. We don't know what's coming in. We don't know the total composition of it, when it was dropped off, how it was actually cast entirely. We know from Maricopa. We know Maricopa right now is leaning Biden, but we also know that Maricopa, just go back to 2016, used to be a Republican stronghold in the state. Obviously, we talked about it a lot. It shifted on the education side of things, and Democrats have taken advantage of that. But there's a Republican vote in the county of Maricopa, and we, as you noted, over the course of the last couple of batches, it is leaning towards President.
Phil, how do you want to game it going forward? Do we want to look at the big board in terms of what happens depending on who wins this?
I want to go to a couple states that are still outstanding, and then we can kind of we can start showing pathways. And what is Georgia, because when we were talking last night into this morning, Georgia was a significant lead for President Trump, somewhere between 250 and 300,000 votes. Look where it is right now. Is at 31,748 votes. There's 95% reporting. And what we have seen over the course of this day, as this lead has narrowed, is the vast majority of the vote is coming from Democratic strongholds. The vast majority of the vote is coming from Fulton County. The vast
majority of the vote is coming from DeKalb County. The outstanding vote right now from a place like DeKalb County. Look at the margin in DeKalb right now. Look at the margin in DeKalb. A lot of it is coming from vote by mail. That is heavily Democratic.
83-16.
Very, very Democratic county. Example, right now, there's about 95,000 votes that we believe are outstanding in the state of Georgia. So look at this, you look at all the red, you say, okay, well, how does Joe Biden getting 65, 66% of that?
Right.
Well, I'll give you an example. Fulton County just dropped a batch of votes, about 25,000 votes just a short while ago. It went 80-20 Biden. If those types of margins hold, 65% of the remaining outstanding vote isn't out of the question. So what that means right now, let's take this down. We've got 95% left. We have a couple of the senators around Atlanta, talked about DeKalb, go down here as well, 89% Rockdale, pretty heavily Democratic. Here, Clinton County, hugely Democratic, still about 16% outstanding. So the bulk of the vote, we've been talking about this over the course of the last 15, 16 hours, outstanding vote is coming from Democratic strongholds. The bulk of the outstanding vote is coming vote by mail, and it is leaning heavily towards Joe Biden right now. And so what we don't know if what's remaining will break 65, 66% to Biden. What we do know is based on the batches that we've seen over the course of the last several hours, that is not out of the...
Right, and a question that keeps coming up is, well, if there's 95% in, why are there so many boxes? Because there are a lot of counties in Georgia. There are, what, 160? Like 160 counties in Georgia. If you hit one of the counties, you'll know exactly how many there are. 159 counties. So you have a lot of places that haven't fully recorded, but they're very groups of population. So we have to watch them. And that's why this
and this is actually a good point, because this proves what this shows is actually interesting. Pulling the Dodge County, not a huge amount of it. Still 71% in right now, which means there's vote outstanding here too. This vote would likely go to President Trump. Depends on the composition, of course. There's Democrats here as well. Could be vote by mail, could lean a little bit, seen some of that. However, even if this goes to President Trump for the remainder that's outstanding, it's 2,000 votes. It's not a huge margin. The Democrats have in the state, vote, the majority of it is coming from their strongholds. The majority of it is vote by mail, and that is why, if you're the Biden campaign, not unlike President Trump in Arizona, you have a pathway. Now, you might actually feel good about your pathway in Georgia right now, but we're going to have to wait and see. And that brings me to Pennsylvania.
Well, hold on a second. Let's get some context, Georgia, the way we did with John Locke in Arizona. And also remember, just for context, this other criticism that the states are this close, it can't be right. Well, be very clear. The one in Wisconsin in 2016, he had it was by 20-something thousand votes. In Michigan, he won by 10,000 votes. So it was tight. That more states are tight. Why? Because we're entrenched in our divisions. This country is divided. There is a lot of energy on opposite sides of the political spectrum. What'll that mean? We're going to have to pick the man first, and then we'll figure out what message best resonates and gets people moving back into common cause again. So if Atlanta is going to be bringing in votes tonight, how pace, what's the timeline? Nick Valencia is in Atlanta. It's great to see you, my friend. What do we know about what kind of information we may get and when?
Yeah, a real sense of urgency here. We're on the razor's edge in Atlanta with not many votes left to count. I just did speak to Regina Waller, who gave me an update. They had expected to stop here at 3 a.m. Eastern this morning. They've now decided to go until the job is done here tonight. They also gave us an update on how many absentee remained to be counted. Just about an hour ago, they told us 20,000 votes remained in Fulton. Now it has gone down by 3,000 votes, 17,000 absentee mail. All of those votes, we're not sure, but the big question is, are there enough Democratic votes to push this into favor of Joe Biden? That remains the option. We know throughout the night, throughout the last 24 hours, that these mail-in ballots that have been counted have tended to favor Joe Biden. It is not clear, though, how that's going to break down. Man, but an update just a little while ago, Chris, Fulton County going to do it till the job is done. That margin 24 hours ago for President Trump was about 102,000 votes. Now it is around 30,000, so you can tell just how important this district, this county is for the contender Joe Biden. We're hoping to get some updates tonight. It says they're not going to release any more information or make any other statements, but those counting will continue to go on. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see a little bit of the action behind me here, Chris. Clear, the counting is not happening right here. This is a group of people this is the first stage of counting. They process the ballots, making sure that they're coming in clean, and then they're taken to that location where then they're processed. But these are individuals who have been working all night, so you have to wonder if human error is taking a factor at all or playing a factor. These are people who have been working well throughout the night. Not many breaks here either. Again, a real sense of urgency here in Fulton County as they are continuing to count the ballots. Outstanding. Chris?
Hey, Nick, give me that tape one more time in terms of how the procedure works. So the people who are behind you seem to be taking things out, unfolding them, and putting them. What is the process here? What are they doing, and what happens? So she's not counting the vote. She's basically correlating them. That's right. Correlating them.
Essentially, they are adjudicated at an off-site location. If there's a question about whether or not one of these ballots has a discrepancy, you have one Republican monitor, one Democratic monitor. If that it's unanimous between them, the ballot moves on, it's counted. If there's a discrepancy, they bring in a third party who decides to make the decision on whether that ballot is accepted. So to be clear, Chris, they are not counting the ballots here. This is just the first stage in the process to get the ballot counted. So it's adjudicated then at an off-site location.
All right, so that ballot seen as okay. She takes the stack of them, just looking at the one woman behind you, and then where they go somewhere else and somebody actually counts the vote.
That's third party sites, an off-site location where they are counted, and they're going through a lot. I mentioned about an hour ago, they said there were 20,000 absentee ballots remaining. At this point, 17,000, not very many left here across the state. According to the Secretary of State, an update an hour ago, they said 90,000 absentee votes across the state. As well, Chris.
I appreciate it, Nick. Thank you very much. If you hear anything about what's happening or any change in the timeline or volume, let us know, and I'll come right back to you. Appreciate you. I tell you, how do you feel about them burning the missile? What's the big headline? In Georgia, in this main county that matters in terms of population density for Democrats, the seat obviously is Atlanta, and they're going to work throughout the night. 3 in the morning Eastern, they'll keep counting. We have 17,000 votes to go through just there. If there's only 17,000 votes left, the race would be over. But that's tedious, what they're doing there. You know, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's tedious and exhausting. We have to balance how fast we want to get the result with how accurate that result is. And when you have a lot of human beings putting them in piles and then put them somewhere else or another human being, you know, you get human error pretty quickly. You know, when we see recounts, you and I have been through them, the numbers change almost every recount because of human error.
Human error occurs, but I also think it's important to note that, one, these are people that are volunteering. They're volunteering out of the goodness of their heart.
Yeah,
their willingness.
civic duty.
But also that the campaigns are on the ground, right? The campaigns are in these areas. They have a sense of what's going on. They're not blind to what's happening to some degree. Both sides have opportunities to going on here. And I think that underscores that, look, you want people to take the time. You want people to go through the process. You saw how deliberate, and that was just the process of taking everything out of the process forward. There's been a lot of loose talk from certain sectors about how this vote count goes, what should be counted, how it should be counted, everything like that. The consistent message from a number of Secretaries of State over the course of the last couple of days has been the process has been smooth. The results have been coming in. They might not be as fast as people would want, right? We'd all like it by election night. But they're coming in, they're consistent, it's smooth. And up to this point, we haven't seen any major mishaps. We haven't seen any major problems. We certainly haven't seen any big reports of fraud or anything like that. Underscores that the system, to this point, as we've seen, despite the fact that it's just real humans, everyday people that are going through this process, the system is working. And it might take some time, the amount of vote by mail, but the system's working.
Right, and I gotta tell you, I'm just bothered by what we saw in Maricopa County. If you don't like what's happening with this process because you're laboring under a misunderstanding of how our democracy works, why mess with the people who are just like you, who are volunteering to do a nice job for the rest of us? Go find the Secretary of State's office. Go find the governor or lieutenant for them. If you're unhappy about what's happening in the state, bother these people who are breaking their hump to do something that's good for the rest of us. Somebody else should be giving you that message, so you should know it yourself. All right, 15,000 in that one county. What does that tell us about? We'll get that number in. You're going to have to know more from Georgia. They're working until 3 o'clock in the morning. We won't know tonight.
It depends on how the other counties report, right? Like, Fulton obviously is going to work straight through. Nick just said it in terms of when they report. We'll have to wait and see.
Arizona, we probably won't know tonight, but we'll
have more information.
Georgia, we may not know tonight, but we'll get more information. Where does that take us?
Well, one more thing that's trying to contextualize the 17,000 that's left over. That's obviously dropped a little. I mean, we're talking about the overall margin right now. Fulton County, obviously a Democratic stronghold. You look at the margin, 72-26. The last batch that came in from Fulton, let's talk about it, went 82. 26. The vote that's coming in, this 17,000, and what's in DeKalb, and what else is outstanding right now, Joe Biden's got power. So that's one important to look at here. There's still some red counties out there as well. We'll see what happens, but Georgia is
on the 17,000,
that was the important vote that just came in. The batch that just came in, 3,000 votes left lead because it dropped 80-20.
All right.
Vice President.
So right here on our watch, we just saw the number in Georgia. The spread dropped from 30-something thousand to 28,000. We know that they're counting 7 ballots in Fulton County right now, which is where Atlanta is. If it breaks 80-20 the way we've been seeing, as Phil suggests, that'd be about 13,000 votes. It's your job, by the way, to count what that number would have been. Harry Enton is supposed to be doing the calculation. But it would be about another 13,000 votes for Biden. So 4 or so thousand. So he would net like 9, and this number would go down. You got to keep watching.
Just keep watching. Keep watching. But that brings me to Pennsylvania. It's the other state we're watching right now. And why are we watching this state? What did we course of this morning? We looked at Wisconsin. We looked at Michigan. We watched Donald Trump have very large leads. We watched those leads start to whittle away because the vote by mail that was counted, two-day vote, which went heavily Democratic, rolled in and ate away at those leads progressively over the course of the night. As that count came in, Wisconsin has been called for Vice President Biden. This morning, when we were last here, this lead was at 650,000 votes for Donald Trump. Right now, it is at 164,000 votes. 7% to 48.1%. There are roughly between 700 and 800,000 ballots outstanding right now. So where are those ballots? In Wisconsin and Michigan. You went to the biggest counties. Wayne County in Michigan, Milwaukee County in Wisconsin, and you watched them eat away at that margin almost single-handedly to those states. Philadelphia County, 70% in right now. That means 30% of this vote is outstanding. This is a 79 to 19, 79-20, if you want to round up a little bit right here. This is a significant amount of vote that's still outstanding for Philadelphia County. This is a significant amount of vote that's going to lean heavily Democratic. This is a significant amount of vote that's voted by mail. The reality right now, not unlike what we saw in Michigan or like we saw in Wisconsin, is when you go through these kind of stronger counties for Democrats, Montgomery County, most of the same, okay, about 5. We'll see some more here. Move over here, Chester County, Democratic County, about 5% left over here. Move over even to Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and decent amount outstanding last time I checked, right now, percent. Tighter margin, and a big part of Republican votes. So here's the issue here. We saw this last night in both Michigan and Wisconsin. I'll take this down and show you what's outstanding. You'll see, and these are red counties of strength for President Trump. This is Western Pennsylvania, and we look at that margin, not a huge state, you say, all right, we got 28% left here. If it stays at this margin, 1,000 votes, perhaps the president picks up. Here's the difference, and we saw this repeatedly. Remember in Wisconsin, we were doing Kenosha, we were doing Brown County, those Republican counties.
And it strings them together.
The vote by mail, when it came in, even in those Republican counties,
it was proportionally Democrat.
It's proportionally Democrat. Right. Now, we don't know that. The composition is what's up in the air right now. But what I'm saying here is, based on right now, you've got strongholds in southeastern Pennsylvania for Democrats. Allegheny's come in a little bit more here, but in the Pittsburgh area, over here as well. Even where you see red, if it's coming in vote by mail, still leaning largely Democratic. Now, we don't know, given how much is left outstanding, how much of it is Democratic, but the reality in Pennsylvania, as they continue to process their votes, as they come in, is this lead has shrunk by about 500,000 votes. And right now, Joe Biden is looking at a similar pathway that he saw in Wisconsin and Michigan. Now, can he close Wisconsin and Michigan? We will have to wait and see. So when you talk to Democrats in the state, they feel like they have a very real pathway. But they're Democrats in the state. The Trump campaign, we're winning every state here as well.
So they have a pathway. It's true. And remember, there's an X factor here. There is litigation here. It went to the Supreme Court twice. But Pennsylvania rules will allow 3 more days for mail-in ballots to arrive after the election date, as long as they were postmarked by election day. The president's leak saying it should have never happened. That's the decision that he's been talking about. They want to challenge it again. So there's an X factor. How many ballots like that come in? They're going to be separated but counted. Won't know Pennsylvania for sure tonight, to be sure. Bill, thank you very much for setting the table. As always, let's take a quick break. The numbers have been changing again. We're looking for new Arizona And in Georgia, those states very well could make the difference.
On the next Vital Signs, we're exploring the world of venom in taxon-derived medicine.
We have hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary information.
See how the newest innovations are coming from the oldest sources. The really fascinating group of researchers and scientists in search of nature's deadliest creatures.
It doesn't are you a big fan of snakes or not? They actually may save your life. Vital Signs, Saturday on CNN.
This is the 100 Club. Our local companies that are 100 years old or older. Spread out across this table, Greg McCoy takes in 117 years of shaving history. He's the archivist for Gillette. It was the bar that first inspired King Gillette himself to create a personal safety razor back in 1901. Gary Kuhn is the Gillette.
Until that point, the only way you could get a safe shave was go to the bar. So the combination of product and business model innovation is a part of our group.
In 1971, the first twin-blade track-2 razor hit the market, introducing what we now know today as the shaving system.
Over the years, it's taken different forms, but really what we want to do is move the experience of shaving forward.
This is My name is Carter Zeus. I'll be your explainer-in-chief.
Relevant stories, complex issues explained, all in 10 minutes. CNN 10 on your laptop right. Stream at youtube.com/CNN10.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Another shot.